Chapter 2027. Zilin, come out. Although Yi Qinfeng was not interested in Zilin's appearance, he liked cooperating with her. Moreover, Zilin was very alert and smart. She could come up with many good ideas. Zilin, if the Phoenix God is really in Beast Emperor City, what do you think we should do to lure her out with the divine parasol tree heart? Yi Qinfeng asked Zilin for her opinion. Set up a stall. Zilin pondered for a moment and said, set up a stall in Beast Emperor City. It should be the most crowded place. Moreover, it won't be conspicuous, and we can use some useless things to cover up the divine parasol tree heart. That's a good idea. Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up. Let's go to the market and find a place to set up a stall. If the Phoenix God doesn't appear in 10 days, we'll go to Flying Demon Imperial City. The market in Beast Emperor City was very lively. The 10,000-meter-long stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods. The bustling crowd shuttled back and forth, looking for something they liked. Yi Qinfeng used hundreds of thousands of high-grade heaven crystals to rent a stall from a monster race clansman. He placed the divine parasol tree heart disguised as a gray stone, a rusty iron sword, an ironwood lump, a heaven-connecting sacred basin with a hole in it, and many true spirit saint artifacts that were not even heaven-connecting sacred artifacts on the stall, and watched the people coming and going. Although Yi Qinfeng's stall sold many items, they were either low-level, seriously damaged, or worthless. The passers-by only took a glance and lost interest. Yi Qinfeng and Zilin were not in a hurry. They brewed a pot of spirit tea and drank it with relish to pass the time. Hey, how much is this rusty iron sword? When evening came, a man wearing gorgeous clothes and a crown with an extraordinary bearing came to Yi Qinfeng's stall. He picked up a rusty iron sword and examined it carefully. Then he asked, what is it? 5 million high-grade Saint crystals. Yi Qinfeng put down the teacup in his hand, glanced at him, and said lightly, are you crazy? Even if this rusted iron sword was polished, it would at most be a high-rank transcendent saint sword. How could it be worth 5 million high-rank saint crystals? The man in luxurious robes was startled and said with some annoyance, it's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. In any case, this rusty iron sword is worth this price. Yi Qinfeng said lazily. Then what about this lump of ironwood? How much is it worth? The finely dressed man deliberately picked up the lump of ironwood and asked, all the items in my stall are worth 5 million high-rank Saint crystals. If you want to buy it, then hurry up. If you don't want to buy it, then hurry up and leave, Yi Qinfeng said impatiently. Lunatic, I think you're a lunatic. The finely dressed man no longer knew how to describe his feelings. He put down the lump of ironwood and was about to leave. Wait, little brother, I have something here. Do you want it? The price is negotiable. Looking at the man's delicate face, Zilin suddenly called out to him, what is it? Looking at Zilin's aged face, the man in luxurious clothes said with disgust, it's me. Zilin said with a little infatuation, you. The finely dressed man said helplessly, my family doesn't lack people to raise pigs. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he swaggered off under Zilin's disappointed gaze. Zilin, can't you be more reserved? Yi Qinfeng said with a little speechlessness. Reserved? I've been lonely for hundreds of thousands of years. There's a fierce tiger in my heart. How can I be reserved? Zilin rolled her eyes at Yi Qinfeng. But you're an old man now. How can people accept you? Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, it's all your fault. If I can't get married in this life, I'll stick to you, Zilin said fiercely. Yi Qinfeng. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Yi Qinfeng set up his stall early in the morning and closed it late every day. However, after waiting for nearly 10 days, he still didn't see the person he was waiting for. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to wait in vain again today. On the 9th night, when Yi Qinfeng was about to close his stall and return to the inn with Zilin to rest, a white-haired old woman holding an ancient wooden walking stick, came to Yi Qinfeng's stall. She glanced at the treasures on the stall and said, "How much is this gray stone?" 5 million high-rank Saint crystals. Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at the white-haired old woman. "Okay, I'll buy it." The white-haired old woman didn't hesitate and wanted to buy the gray stone disguised as the divine parasol tree would heart. "Wait, this one has a question to ask Senior." Seeing the white-haired old woman being so straightforward, Yi Qinfeng's heart moved, and he said, "This one obtained this stone by chance. I wonder if Senior can tell me the truth about this stone. If Senior can tell me, this Junior will give it to you. But if Senior can't, this Junior won't sell it. If I'm not wrong, this should be a piece of jade crystal milk." The white-haired old woman said without a change in her expression, "Okay, this jade crystal milk is yours." Yi Qinfeng gave the divine parasol tree would heart to the white-haired old woman without hesitation. "Thank you." The white-haired old woman didn't stand on ceremony. She took the divine parasol tree would heart and disappeared into the night. Yi Qinfeng, was that old woman just now the phoenix god in disguise? Seeing Yi Qinfeng give the divine parasol tree would heart to the white-haired old woman, Zilin hurriedly asked through telepathy. "No, she's not the phoenix god." Under the god-eater brain's rapid deduction, Yi Qinfeng felt that although the white-haired old woman hid her true appearance, her strength wasn't strong. She was definitely not the phoenix god. If she's not the phoenix god, why did you give the divine parasol tree would heart to her? Zilin asked in confusion. "She's not the phoenix god, but I'm sure that the person behind her is." Yi Qinfeng looked at the white-haired old woman's back and said, "Let's go. We'll close the stall and get ready to close the net." The night was getting darker. The white-haired old woman walked unsteadily into a deserted alley. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. She disappeared mysteriously. "Phoenix God, I've brought back the item that you wanted." The white-haired old woman, who had disappeared mysteriously, appeared in a mysterious space. She handed the divine parasol tree would heart that she had obtained from Yi Qinfeng to a woman in a colorful robe. She exuded a noble aura and had a golden crown on her head. This woman was the strongest person in the demon clan, the empress of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix god. "It's really the divine parasol tree would heart." The Phoenix god shattered the stone shell that encased the divine parasol tree would heart, revealing the divine parasol tree would heart that was exuding the power of the divine parasol tree. Looking at the treasure that she had been dreaming of, the Phoenix god was filled with excitement. She didn't expect that the treasure that she had been pursuing would be in her hands so easily. Phoenix god, the two people who sold the divine parasol tree would heart are not simple. I suggest that we leave this place quickly to avoid any accidents. The white-haired old woman said cautiously, "All right, it's time to leave this place and head to the Thousand Demons Sea." The Phoenix god nodded and said, "Wait until I refine the divine parasol tree would heart and break through to the late empty god realm. I'll make those wolves from the heavenly clan and demon clan pay the price in blood." "Phoenix god, you don't have to leave in a hurry." Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from the Phoenix god's space treasure. The universe, mirror hidden in the divine parasol tree, would heart flashed. Yi Qinfeng, who was supposed to appear in the outside world, appeared in front of the Phoenix god. Who are you? How did you get in here?" The white-haired old woman looked at Yi Qinfeng as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 2028. You're from the heavenly tribe. The graceful and noble phoenix god's body burned with flames, burning the space. He looked at Yi Qinfeng with a sharp gaze, filled with killing intent. "No, I'm not from the heavenly tribe." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, "Like you, I want to destroy the heavenly tribe. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" The Phoenix God's aura grew stronger and stronger. The scorching aura made it difficult for Yi Qinfeng to breathe. She was ready to launch a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. Phoenix God, don't be in a hurry to attack. Look at who they are. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned Golden Rock, Demonic Grandmaster, and Virtual God Ziwu's bodies and threw them on the ground. Golden Rock, Demonic Grandmaster's body, Virtual God Ziwu's body. Looking at the two corpses, the Phoenix God's heart was in turmoil. The way he looked at Yi Qinfeng changed drastically. They were both killed by you. That's right, I killed them. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, Phoenix God, do you recognize these two ancestral weapons? As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng summoned the immortal wings and the life and death plate. These are the immortal wings and the life and death plate of the immortal demonic Grandmaster. The Phoenix God recognized the two ancestral weapons at a glance and asked in shock, Who are you? I'm sure you've never heard of my name. I accidentally inherited the immortal demonic Grandmaster's inheritance. Moreover, I'm the heavenly tribe's archenemy. Yi Qinfeng said calmly, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Phoenix God, are you willing to work with me to take the Chaos Tomb? You're right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, you're too weak. Even if I work with you, I won't be able to take the Chaos Tomb. Although the Phoenix God had no idea how Yi Qinfeng had killed Golden Rock, Demonic Grandmaster, and Virtual God Ziwu, she felt that Yi Qinfeng was only a half-step Virtual God and could not help her at all. Weak? Phoenix God, how about we have a competition? I can injure you in one move. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a confident smile. Injure me with one move. A faint smile appeared on the Phoenix God's beautiful face. Do you know how strong I am? Peak of mid-level Virtual God, one step away from late-stage Virtual God. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, Phoenix God, I wonder if I'm wrong. Since you can sense my true strength, you still have the confidence to injure me in one move? The Phoenix God suddenly developed a strong interest in Yi Qinfeng. She really wanted to know what he was truly relying on. Phoenix God, how about we make a bet? If I can injure you in one move, you will tell me the location of the desolate tomb. If I can injure you in one move, I will give you the divine Wudong Wood heart and leave immediately. Yi Qinfeng suggested. The divine Wudong Wood heart is already in my hands. You. Before the Phoenix God could finish her sentence, the divine Wudong Wood heart was suddenly devoured by 9 gloom and disappeared. I have underestimated your skills. All right, I'll bet with you. The Phoenix God looked fierce. I hope you will give me a surprise. Don't worry. I have never disappointed anyone. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng burned his primordial blood and merged it with the god's heart and chaotic dharma. Instantly, his strength increased to the peak of mid-level Virtual God. His combat strength was almost on par with the Phoenix God's. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's increasing combat strength, the Phoenix God raised her eyebrows and looked surprised. Yi Qinfeng's move was indeed beyond her expectations. In the next moment, the divine sword engulfed the heavens, and the universal primordial sword broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body and floated above his head. It released an endless amount of divine power, shaking the treasure space and tearing it apart. 2 Virtual God swords. Sensing the power of the divine sword engulf the heavens and the universal primordial sword, the Phoenix God was shocked. In the Virtual God world, Virtual God weapons were rarer than Virtual Gods. For example, the Goblin tribe only had 1 Virtual God weapon, and it was in the hands of the Phoenix God. However, Yi Qinfeng had taken out 2 Virtual God weapons at once. This was completely beyond the Phoenix God's imagination. Phoenix God, be careful! Yi Qinfeng reminded and performed the weapon manipulation Dao. With the combat strength of a mid-level Virtual God, Yi Qinfeng could perform the strongest attack of the 2 Virtual God weapons at the same time with the weapon manipulation Dao. Buzz! Buzz! Under the stimulation of the weapon manipulation Tao, the divine sword engulfed the heavens, and the universal, primordial sword appeared and illuminated the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power tore the treasure space apart and slashed towards the Phoenix God with the power to destroy the universe. Although the Phoenix God was powerful, she could not withstand the strongest attack of the two virtual God weapons. She had no choice but to spit out the divine bell that suppressed the heavens and defended herself with all her might. Buzz! Buzz! When the divine sword engulfed the heavens and the universal primordial sword stood on the heavens and the demon king's divine bell, a loud chime was heard. The terrifying power of the virtual God weapons surged in front of the Phoenix God and produced a destructive force. It shattered the space and slammed heavily on the Phoenix God's body, sending her flying a few thousand meters away. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. "Oh no! The virtual gods of the heavens have sensed the divine mark in my body. We have to leave this place quickly, or we will be in trouble." Without the suppression of the Demon King's divine bell, the divine mark in the Phoenix God's body started to vibrate. This made the Phoenix God turn pale, and she said hurriedly, "Phoenix God, don't worry. If you trust me, quickly enter my space treasure. I have a way to get rid of them." Yi Qinfeng had already thought of a way to escape. All right. Although the Phoenix God was powerful, she could not fight against the entire heavens on her own. She had no choice but to enter the universe mirror. "Zilin, leave this place quickly." After putting the Phoenix God and the white-haired old lady into the universe mirror, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the universe mirror to fly to Zilin, who was not far away. He wanted Zilin to take advantage of the chaos to escape. "Phoenix God, if you trust me, I will help you break the divine mark in your body," Yi Qinfeng said softly when he saw the Phoenix God continuously controlling the Demon King's divine bell to suppress the divine mark in her chest. "All right, then I will leave it to you." The existence of the divine mark had always been a big worry for the Phoenix God. Knowing that Yi Qinfeng had a way to break it, she was overjoyed. "Chaos celestial body, devour!" Yi Qinfeng gently pointed his finger between the soft peaks of the Phoenix God. He controlled the chaos celestial body to extend tens of thousands of five-colored roots. They pierced into the divine mark in the Phoenix God's chest through his finger sword. The Phoenix God felt as if there were a lot of ants crawling out of her body. Her calm heart couldn't help but tremble, and a faint blush appeared on her graceful face. But soon, the Phoenix God got rid of all distracting thoughts and dispelled the numbing feeling in her body. She stared at Yi Qinfeng and felt the changes in the divine mark in her body. Under the crazy devouring of the five-colored roots, the divine mark's power continued to weaken. As the Phoenix God spat out a mouthful of blood, the divine mark that had fused with her bloodline was broken by the chaos celestial body. Zilin quickly returned to the inn. Chapter 2029. Phoenix God, can you tell me the location of the Chaos Tomb now? Yi Qinfeng asked softly as he looked at the Phoenix God's slightly pale but beautiful face. Although Yi Qinfeng's methods were shocking, the Phoenix God still showed a trace of hesitation. She was hesitant about Yi Qinfeng's true identity. "Phoenix God, don't hesitate. Cooperating with us is your best choice right now. Only by relying on us will you have a chance to enter the Chaos Tomb and obtain the unprecedented opportunities inside." At this moment, Shen Daoxiu, Shen Hinggu, and the others walked over. "Shen Daoxiu, Shen Hinggu, why is it you?" Looking at the two people walking over, the Phoenix God's eyes widened, revealing a look of deep shock. "Phoenix God, are you surprised that we didn't die?" Seeing the deep shock on the Phoenix God's graceful face, the scholarly Shen Hinggu revealed a faint smile and said, "I heard that the God clan was destroyed by the Sky clan. The 12 empty gods and many Tao ancestors all died in battle. Could the rumors be wrong?" The Phoenix God suppressed the shock in her heart and asked, Sigh. The battle back then was indeed tragic, but Shinsu and I were lucky enough to survive. As for whether or not there were others who survived, I don't know. Shen Hingu sighed softly, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Hingu, can you tell me who he is? The Phoenix God had always been curious about Yi Qinfeng's identity. He's the son of Yi Wuji and Yao Tian. He's a trustworthy person. Shen Daoxiu added. You're Yao Tian's son. The Phoenix God said in surprise. Since you're the descendant of an old friend, I have no worries. However, before I bring you to the Chaos Tomb, can you do me a favor? The Phoenix God and Shen Yaotian were old friends. After learning of Yi Qinfeng's identity, the way she looked at Yi Qinfeng became much gentler. What favor? Yi Qinfeng asked. Come with me to the Phoenix ancestral grounds and save my people, the Phoenix God said. Okay. Yi Qinfeng nodded and agreed without hesitation. He then took out the divine parasol tree, wood core, and gave it to the Phoenix God. As they spoke, the Peacock King, who had stayed behind to gather information, sent a message to Yi Qinfeng through his communication pearl, informing him of the latest developments in Beast Emperor City. What happened, Qinfeng? Shen Daoxiu asked when he saw Yi Qinfeng frown. The Peacock King has sent word that the Beast Emperor City has been completely sealed off. No one is allowed to leave, Yi Qinfeng said. If they're sure that I'm in the Beast Emperor City, they're definitely going to search every inch of the city for me. The Phoenix God said with a serious expression, If there's no other way, we'll kill our way out. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, No, even if we can kill our way out, we will alert the enemy and increase the difficulty of rescuing the Phoenix clansmen. Phoenix God looked at Yi Qinfeng and asked, Do you have any good ideas? Leave through the wormhole, Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. He then summoned the Space Swallower and said, Space Swallower, it's up to you. Don't worry, Master. I'll be able to create a wormhole to leave the Beast Emperor City in one day, the Space Swallower said confidently. When it was outside, it opened its mouth full of fangs and started to devour the walls of space, creating a long and narrow wormhole. The Space Swallower. I didn't think that such a godly bug that had been extinct for countless years would follow you, the Phoenix God said in shock. She felt that Yi Qinfeng was not simple, because they were sure that the Phoenix God was hiding in the Beast Emperor City. The divine race and the demon race's 10 almighties immediately rushed to the Beast Emperor City and surrounded the city. They searched for the Phoenix God's whereabouts, one by one. They were determined to find her and force her to tell them the location of the Chaos Tomb. Just as the Beast Emperor City was in a state of panic, a long and narrow wormhole connected to the outside of the Beast Emperor City. Through the wormhole, Yi Qinfeng controlled the universe realm and left the Beast Emperor City without anyone knowing. After leaving the Beast Emperor City quietly, Yi Qinfeng immediately left the universe realm and flew towards the Phoenix ancestral grounds according to the coordinates given by the Phoenix God. Who is it? Stop! Just as Yi Qinfeng summoned the undying wings and flew towards the Phoenix ancestral grounds at an extremely fast speed, a cold voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. Yi Qinfeng saw from afar that 3 beast races almighties and 2 demon races almighties were flying towards him at an extremely fast speed, blocking Yi Qinfeng's path. What's the matter? With how powerful Yi Qinfeng's soul was, he had already discovered the 5 ancestor realm almighties. However, with Yi Qinfeng's current strength, the ancestor realm almighties were like children in front of him. He could kill them all with a wave of his hand. This area has been sealed off. If you want to leave, you must accept our interrogations. A burly, dark-skinned 4-star fiend ancestor who looked like an iron tower and whose eyes emitted rays of green light ordered loudly. Sigh, why are you guys doing this? Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said with a sigh, With your strength, even if you discovered the Phoenix God, what can you do? Can you guys capture the Phoenix God, or do you have time to send a message? What do you mean by this? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, the 5 Ancestor Realm Almighties immediately became vigilant, summoning powerful ancestral artifacts to hover above their heads one after another, preparing to launch a fatal blow at Yi Qinfeng at any moment. What I mean is, you guys are too weak. Yi Qinfeng's pupils constricted, and he instantly opened up the domain of sword, devouring the 5 Ancestor Realm Almighties inside the domain. In an instant, the 5 Ancestor Realm Almighties had their bodies minced by the domain of sword, turning into 5 clouds of blood mist, dying on the spot. After controlling the domain of sword to kill the 5 people in seconds, Yi Qinfeng withdrew his aura and quietly left. About 8 days later, the extremely fast Yi Qinfeng arrived outside the Phoenix Ancestral Land that was sealed by a powerful restriction. Through the wormhole dug by the Space Swallower, he entered the Phoenix Ancestral Land that was completely controlled by the demon race. Late-stage Nihility God Almighties. Yi Qinfeng hid in a remote corner of the Phoenix Ancestral Land, controlling the God-Eater brain to rapidly deduce. When it enveloped the entire Phoenix Ancestral Land, he sensed a late-stage Nihility God Almighties in the Phoenix Ancestral Land. In addition to the late-stage Nihility God Almighties, Yi Qinfeng also sensed 2 middle-stage Nihility God Almighties and 2 early-stage Nihility God Almighties. And because the God-Eater brain was too powerful, the several Nihility God Almighties of the demon race did not notice that they were being spied on. It seems that if I want to smoothly rescue the Phoenix clan suppressed by the demon race, I need to plan carefully. Yi Qinfeng did not expect there to be so many Nihility God Almighties in the Phoenix Ancestral Land, especially the late-stage Nihility God Almighties. He posed a fatal threat to Yi Qinfeng, so he had to be cautious. This is the only way that can work. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a while, controlling the God-Eater brain to sense bit by bit. He found the place where the Phoenix clan was being suppressed and secretly observed and waited. After waiting patiently for about a day, a half-step Nihility God Almighty with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth walked out of the prison where the Phoenix clan was being suppressed. "You're the one." After discovering the target, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the God-Eater brain to lock onto him and followed him into the room. Chapter 2030. Xianfeng God, why have you come back? The guard outside the prison asked in surprise when he saw Yi Qinfeng return in the form of a demon, tribe, mighty figure. "I still need to absorb some more phoenix blood." Yi Qinfeng ordered in a low voice. "Hurry up and open the restriction." Yes. Although the guard felt that something was not right with the demon tribe mighty figure's voice, they did not think too much about it. They opened the seal and let Yi Qinfeng enter the dark and damp prison. After entering the prison, Yi Qinfeng saw more than 60 injured phoenixes in the prison cells. A few demon tribe mighty figures were performing a cruel demon tribe secret technique to extract the life blood of the phoenixes by force. They merged the life blood into their bodies to increase their strength. A few baby phoenixes had died miserably as their life blood had been extracted excessively by the demon tribe mighty figures. "Everyone come out now." In order to save time and save all the surviving phoenixes, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Phoenix God, the evil god, Xin Daoxiu, and the others out of the universe mirror. They tore open the seal of the prison forcefully to save the phoenixes. "Screech, I want your lives." Phoenixes were rare. Looking at the miserable state of her phoenixes, the Phoenix God was enraged. Endless Phoenix, divine fire spewed out of her body and melted the seals of the prison instantly. She burned the demon tribe mighty figures who were extracting the life blood of the phoenixes into ashes. When the Phoenix God attacked furiously, Yi Qinfeng and the others all took action. They tore apart the restrictions and kept the tortured and dying phoenixes into their cosmos realms, one after another. "Who is it?" Suddenly a furious roar came from the 9 heavens. Sensing that the seal of the prison had been broken, the demon tribe virtual gods and peak demon ancestors who are guarding the Phoenix ancestral land were alerted. They rushed to the prison immediately. "Break for me!" A demon tribe virtual god who was shrouded in black light and had mysterious Tao inscriptions under his feet roared. He threw a palm strike at the prison. The terrifying palm strike was like the sun, moon, and stars. The impregnable prison shattered and collapsed. Phoenix God! Looking at the Phoenix God, whose entire body was burning with raging flames and whose terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth, several demon tribe virtual gods were surprised. They were surprised that the Phoenix God, who should have been trapped in Beast Emperor City, had returned to the Phoenix ancestral land. Shocking demon god! How dare you kill and torture my Phoenix clansmen? This god will not forgive you. The furious Phoenix God let out a heaven-shaking roar. With the boundless Phoenix divine fire, he launched a ferocious attack at the late void god realm demon god. Demon god quickly helped the Phoenix God deal with the demon god. Although the Phoenix God was powerful and had 1 foot in the late virtual god stage, there was still an insurmountable gap between her and the demon god. Yi Qinfeng was afraid that she would be at a disadvantage, so he immediately asked the Phoenix God, who was also 1 foot in the late virtual god stage, to fight the enemy. "Reaper, War Demon, I'll leave those 2 early stage Nihility God realm demons to you. Senior Divine Void, Senior Ancient Eternal, you 2 deal with 1 mid-stage Nihility God realm demon god. Leave the other mid-stage demon god to me. Everyone else, do your best to kill the demon race's mighty figures. After 2 hours, no matter what the situation is, we'll leave this place quickly." Although Yi Qinfeng's power was enough to fight against the demon tribe gods, he was afraid that new dangers would appear, so Yi Qinfeng instructed through telepathy. At this moment, the Phoenix God and the demon god held their 2 void god artifacts and fought fiercely with the demon god in the void. "Phoenix, stop your meaningless struggle. You're no match for this god." The demon god held an extremely ancient long spear that was engraved with tens of thousands of divine inscriptions. He defended against the attacks of the Phoenix god and the demon god as he spoke arrogantly. "Humph, shocking. Do you really think that this god is a pushover? Today, this god will show you what I am capable of." The furious Phoenix god snorted coldly and transformed into her most powerful battle form. As her body expanded, a set of colorful battle armor appeared on her body. The scorching Phoenix divine fire burned the heavens and the earth, causing the Phoenix ancestral land to tremble. Kacha! Under the influence of the Phoenix god, the Phoenix ancestral land that was sealed by the demon tribe shot out 7 colored rays that tore the seal apart and merged with the Phoenix god's body. In an instant, she entered the late void god realm. Her combat strength was almost on par with the demon god, coupled with the equally terrifying strength of the demon god who held the 100 evil weapons. The demon god could not help but reveal a grave expression. Die! After merging with a large amount of ancestral power, the murderous Phoenix god launched a ferocious attack on the demon god. The void god artifact, the demon emperor's divine bell, spun rapidly like an unshakable divine mountain as it kept hitting the demon god. 100 evil weapons slash. When the demon god held his long spear and clashed with the demon emperor's divine bell, the 100 evil weapons in the demon god's hand shone brighter than the sun and slashed at the demon god. When the evil weapons of various forms slashed at the demon god, 9 killing halos appeared behind the demon god. He controlled the killing halos to turn into a long black rainbow and collided with 100 evil weapons. Crack! Crack! When the 2 terrifying attacks collided, the resulting energy shattered the space within a radius of 10 miles. The terrifying energy swept out and turned the sky dark. While the demon god fought the Phoenix god and the demon god alone, Yi Qinfeng, Xin Daoxiu, Xin Hinggu, and the others were also engaged in fierce battles with their respective opponents. In an instant, the sky above the Phoenix ancestral land was completely destroyed by the fierce battle of the gods. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The battle of the gods could not be decided in a short period of time. Virtual God Zhenlei, Zilin, Fa Tianzu, the Chaos Divine Beast, and the others had an overwhelming advantage and completely defeated the demon tribe experts. The bodies of the demon tribe experts exploded and their souls perished on the spot. Die for this god! Virtual God Zhenlei roared. Rolling divine thunder gushed out of his body and turned into tens of thousands of thunderbolts. It covered the entire void and bombarded a demonic half-step virtual god who was covered in blood and trying his best to defend. Rumble! A series of deafening thunderclaps rang out. The demonic half-step virtual god's defense was torn apart by the thunderbolts. The terrifying divine lightning tore through the demonic half-step virtual god's defense like breaking a twig. The demonic half-step virtual god's body was destroyed. Where do you think you're going? The demonic tribe half-step virtual god's soul fled in panic as its body was shattered by the thunder virtual god. However, void god Zhenlei's strength was too terrifying. As he roared, the terrifying roar shook the 9 heavens and directly shattered his soul. Thunder jolt! Hurry and help Senior Divine Void and Senior Ancient Eternity defend against the enemy. Yi Qinfeng saw that virtual God Shinhengu was having a hard time fending off the mid-level virtual gods of the Devil Tribe and was in a perilous situation. He immediately sent virtual God Zhenlei, who had unleashed his invincible might, to help. With the help of Void God Zhenlei, the pressure on Void God Shin and Void God Zhenlei was greatly reduced. The 3 of them opened up their powerful domains and attacked with all their might. The fierce fighting became more and more intense, destroying the Phoenix ancestral land beyond recognition. However, after reaching the virtual god realm, everyone had extremely terrifying trump cards. It was impossible to severely injure or even kill the other party in a short period of time. Shriek! Shriek! Unable to suppress the heaven-shaking demon god, the enraged Phoenix god raised its head and let out a long roar. It burned its Phoenix origin blood at all costs, instantly transforming into numerous Phoenix phantoms that descended from the sky. With the power to incinerate the heavens, it continuously attacked the heaven-shaking demon god. Shriek! 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 Chapter 2031. The demon god is injured. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the demon god had been injured by the Phoenix god and the demon god. The virtual gods, who were fighting fiercely with Yi Qinfeng and the others, were immediately distracted. Godless sword! While the fire dragon virtual god, who was wearing a blood-red robe and had dragon shadows tattooed on both arms, was distracted, Yi Qinfeng's entire body merged with the divine sword glutton. He stabbed toward the fire dragon demon god like a bolt of lightning. As the sword pierced out, the sword might swept across the heaven and earth, tearing the space apart and splitting the barrier in the sky. At a glance, the heaven and earth seemed to have been completely split apart by this sword. The crack extended for dozens of feet. The heaven and earth changed color and thunder roared. This made the fire dragon void god feel a deep sense of crisis. He consecutively used 2 of his trump cards to defend himself. However, the power of Yi Qinfeng's sword was too terrifying. The peerless divine sword, Glutton, directly pierced through the defensive trump cards that Fire Dragon Hollow God had continuously used. It continued to stab toward Fire Dragon Hollow God with undiminished power. Yin 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 yin. At the critical moment, the Fire Dragon virtual god's body let out a dragon's roar. A ferocious, burning dragon head broke out of his chest and blocked Yi Qinfeng's godless sword head-on. Under the resistance of this flame dragon head, the power of the godless sword continued to decrease until it was finally broken by the flame dragon hollow god. Human Jr., this god will take your life. Although the godless sword was broken, the flame dragon head was still seriously injured. This completely enraged the flame dragon hollow god. He controlled the flame dragon soul that was parasitic in his body to break out of his body. Like a red lightning bolt, it attacked Yi Qinfeng, wanting to tear apart Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul. Facing the flame dragon soul's attack, Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. Instead, he allowed the flame dragon soul to tear through his sea of soul and attack his soul. God-eating brain, God-eating soul. Before the flame dragon soul could tear the soul apart, Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul appeared in the God-eater brain. It released a powerful devouring force, directly crushing the flame dragon soul and madly devouring it. What do you have in your soul, see? Sensing that the flame dragon soul had instantly lost its connection with him, the faux god flame dragon's expression changed drastically. Go to hell and think for yourself. As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng performed the law of time acceleration with one hand and the law of time deceleration with the other. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. The sword technique was impossible to guard against, as it continuously attacked the fire dragon, virtual god. The fire dragon soul was connected to his life force. When the fire dragon soul was devoured by the god-eater brain, the fire dragon hollow god suffered a strong soul power backlash, which gave him a splitting headache. Facing Yi Qinfeng's time rule sword technique, his attack was immediately affected. Demonic domain. Unable to dodge the sword of time, the fire dragon virtual god immediately unleashed its powerful demonic domain, transforming into tens of thousands of demonic shadows. The demonic shadows howled as they attacked at varying speeds, shattering Yi Qinfeng's attack. Myriad deity tribulation. When fire dragon hollow god broke Yi Qinfeng's sword of time with his demonic territory, Yi Qinfeng deduced the 4 ancestral Tao diagrams to the extreme and blasted out an invincible attack that could kill gods. For a moment, the heavenly river overturned, the sun and the moon flipped, and everything in the world was shattered by this attack. Kacha! The demonic domain was directly shattered by Yi Qinfeng's myriad deity tribulation attack. The horrifying god-slaying power ruthlessly bombarded the fire dragon hollow god, who was unable to dodge, and sent him flying. His entire chest caved in, while Yi Qinfeng relied on the boost of the Chaos Dharma idol to severely injure the fire dragon hollow god. The phoenix god, who wanted to avenge his dead clansmen, used his last resort. He was determined to kill the demon god and teach the demon race a painful lesson. Phoenix Nirvana! The phoenix god let out a long cry and activated the unique power of Nirvana of the Phoenix clan, forcibly increasing his battle prowess by more than 10 times. The might of the phoenix divine flames that emerged from his body became even more terrifying, posing a fatal threat to the demon god. The amplification effect of the phoenix's nirvana was terrifying, but the amplification time was not long. Within the limited time, the phoenix god launched a ferocious attack on the demon god. The scorching flames burned everything, completely suppressing the demon god's attack and forcing him to retreat. Demon Emperor Divine Bell, destroy! Under the stimulation of the Nirvana power, the Demon Emperor Divine Bell of the demon race also emitted a dazzling light, as if a red sun had fallen between heaven and earth. 100 evil weapons, ///. While the crazy phoenix god completely suppressed the demon god continued to spit his life blood into the 100 evil weapons, activating the strongest attack of the 100 evil weapons, continuously launching fierce attacks on the demon god. Soon, the demon god, who could not withstand the ferocious attacks of the phoenix god and the demon god, was bleeding in the air, and his injuries were getting worse. The demon god, who had used up all his trump cards, was completely suppressed by the phoenix god and the demon god. As for the middle-level virtual gods who were fighting with the 3 virtual gods, they could not gain an overwhelming advantage. Seeing that the situation was completely out of control, the demon god did not hesitate. He roared into the sky and said, "Demon race gods, listen to my orders. Follow me and leave this place." As he spoke, the heaven-shocking demon god unleashed his heaven-shocking killing move, bombarding the Phoenix God and Evil God who were burning with divine fire, forcibly forcing them to retreat. He brought the rather miserable demon race people and flew out of the Phoenix ancestral land. As the demon god fled, the fire dragon virtual god and the others immediately abandoned Yi Qinfeng and the others and followed closely. Do you think you can escape? When faux god flame dragon turned to flee, Yi Qinfeng immediately used his unfathomable speed to intercept him. He activated his unrivaled sword body and used 10,000 converging swords to attack faux god flame dragon, sealing off all escape routes. Break for me. Thousands of invincible divine swords attacked, but the fire dragon virtual god did not dodge. He raised his strength to the extreme, continuously performing the demon race's supreme superpowers to meet the attack with all his might, wanting to force Yi Qinfeng to retreat and escape. Boom! 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 Several supreme superpowers collided in the void, and the power that erupted in an instant could destroy heaven and earth. Just as the entire void was in chaos, the universal origin sword emerged from Yi Qinfeng's body, complementing the divine sword-swallowing sky. Artifact controlling Tao. Yi Qinfeng shouted and used the way of equipment manipulation. Instantly, he emptied all the divine power in his body and poured it into the two void god swords. In an instant, all the divine inscriptions in the two void god swords were activated. The divine inscriptions imprinted in the entire sky and locked onto faux god Yanlong, whose expression changed drastically. Facing the million ancestral swords head-on, the fire dragon virtual god lost control of his body, and his instinctive dodging speed was significantly affected. At this moment, the two virtual god swords with divine patterns descended from the sky, bringing with them the power to destroy the world. They slashed at the fire dragon virtual god, whose expression changed drastically as he used his defensive trump cards at all costs. Although the defensive trump cards used by the fire dragon virtual god were powerful, they still could not block the full-powered attack of the two virtual god swords. Ka! 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 The defensive trump cards used by the fire dragon virtual god were all shattered, and the two virtual god swords continued to slash at his unavoidable body, shattering his powerful physical body. Chaos divine would devour. The virtual god's vitality was extremely tenacious. Although the fire dragon virtual god's body was shattered by the two virtual god swords, he did not die. Just as the fire dragon virtual god's soul relied on his strong will to control his body to escape, the Chaos Dharma idol broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body and turned into a towering Chaos Divine wood, suppressing the fire dragon virtual god's body. No. Chapter 2032. The news of the Phoenix god's appearance in the Phoenix ancestral land spread like wildfire across the entire monster realm. The divine tribes almighties who had sealed off the beast's sovereign city were shocked and confused. Just as the almighties arrived at the Phoenix ancestral land, Yi Qinfeng and the rest had already left. The divine tribes almighties had missed their target. The Thousand Demons Sea was the largest inland sea in the monster realm. The Thousand Demon Sea was huge and the terrain was complicated. There were many hidden trenches. Even the divine tribes, almighties, could not figure out the Thousand Demon Sea. Yi Qinfeng and the rest left the Phoenix ancestral land. After traveling for more than 10 days, they arrived at the Thousand Demon Sea. They had come to the Thousand Demon Sea because the Phoenix god had told them that the Chaos Tomb was hidden in the deepest trench of the Thousand Demon Sea. The divine tribe and the demon tribe have sealed off the Thousand Demon Sea. When they arrived at the Thousand Demon Sea, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power sensed that the boundless Thousand Demon Sea had been sealed off. No one could enter the Thousand Demon Sea. Anyone who tried to force their way in would alert the divine tribe and the demon tribe. Space swallowing bug, it's up to you. Yi Qinfeng hid in the dark and released the space swallowing bug. At the edge of the Thousand Demon Sea, the space swallowing bug bit through a wormhole that led directly to the depths of the Thousand Demon Sea. Phoenix God, please lead the way. After entering the Thousand Demon Sea, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the Phoenix God and swam toward the depths of the Thousand Demon Sea under her lead. Oh no! Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God tore through the cold water. As they swam at the bottom of the Thousand Demon Sea, the Phoenix God suddenly felt that she had accidentally touched a mysterious seal hidden at the bottom of the sea. What's wrong, Phoenix God? The seal that the Phoenix God had touched was too strange. The God-Eater brain did not notice it. I accidentally touched a seal. I think we've been exposed, the Phoenix God said with a serious face. Let's go. We have to hurry and find a way to get rid of them. Before entering the Chaos Tomb, Yi Qinfeng did not want to have a direct confrontation with the Divine Tribe and the Demon Tribe. Therefore, he and the Phoenix God sped up and swam toward the depths of the Thousand Demon Sea. Rumble. Not long after, the two of them, who were moving extremely fast, accidentally touched a mysterious restriction that was almost undetectable. Immediately after, waves of terrifying explosive forces exploded at the bottom of the sea, bombarding Yi Qinfeng and Yi Qingyu. Although the explosive power of the restriction wasn't able to threaten Yi Qinfeng and his companion, it had completely exposed their whereabouts. With their powerful soul force, the two of them could clearly sense three powerful auras appearing at an extremely fast speed and intercepting the two of them. Who are you? How did you enter the Thousand Demon Sea? A heavenly tribe low-level virtual god and two half-step virtual gods questioned sternly as they looked at Yi Qinfeng and his companion who had disguised themselves. They did not recognize them. What's wrong? The Thousand Demon Sea is the inner sea of the demon realm. As citizens of the demon realm, can't we come here? The Phoenix God snorted and deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice. Stop trying to confuse us. Since you don't want to tell us where you came from, don't blame me for being rude. The low-level virtual god, who wore a linen robe and had long, snow-white hair that pierced through the sea like silver needles, said domineeringly with a mysterious light shining on his forehead. There were many formation patterns under his feet. A huge hand that was filled with heaven and earth's ultimacy pierced through the space and grabbed Yi Qinfeng and his companion with a force of 1 billion pounds. Let's end this quickly. The Phoenix God did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward with his divine phoenix fire burning. The terrifying force shattered the Dao hand and attacked the low-level virtual god whose expression changed slightly. The moment the Phoenix God attacked, Yi Qinfeng took the sword steps and attacked the two half-step virtual gods from the heavenly tribe. Ancestral sword. He instantly activated his invincible sword body and produced tens of thousands of invincible divine swords. They turned into two flowing sword rivers that tore through the two half-step virtual gods' heavenly territories and attacked the two half-step virtual gods. Celestial Demon Overlord Body. The two half-step virtual gods did not expect Yi Qinfeng's combat strength to be so powerful. Without hesitation, they transformed into their powerful celestial demon overlord bodies and used the divine tribe's supreme superpowers to counter the attack. Rumble. Under their full power, they turned into a terrifying divine punishment that blended together and tried to break through the ancestral sword. However, the invincible sword body was invincible. The ancestral sword that was transformed into surpassed ordinary supreme superpowers. It directly pierced through the divine punishment that the two half-step virtual gods had transformed into and pierced their bodies, sending them flying. Divine Spirit Pagoda Destroy. After injuring the two half-step virtual gods with one blow, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the supreme-grade ancestral artifact, Divine Spirit Pagoda. He controlled the Divine Spirit Pagoda to descend from the sky. It was like a towering divine mountain that smashed into the two half-step virtual gods, crushing their souls and killing them on the spot. While Yi Qinfeng killed the two half-step virtual gods, The Phoenix God also used his absolute strength to injure the low-level virtual God elder in the linen robe. You are the Phoenix God. The low-level virtual God elder, whose arm was melted by the Phoenix divine fire, recognized the Phoenix God. Die. Now that her identity was exposed, the Phoenix God was even more merciless. She transformed into a phoenix true body that was hundreds of feet tall. She flapped her huge flaming wings and launched a ferocious attack at the low-level virtual God elder. She wanted to kill him instantly to prevent her whereabouts from being exposed. Supreme God Tribe Leader, save me. At the critical moment, the low-level virtual God elder took out 2 talismans. When he crushed the 2 talismans, 2 men who looked exactly the same appeared. They were like the heavens as they evolved the Tao of all things. Supreme God Heaven's 2 external clones. Looking at the men who suddenly appeared, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized them. They were the external clones that Supreme God Heaven had refined. Their strength had reached the pinnacle of mid-level virtual gods. Phoenix God, long time no see. One of Supreme God Heaven's external clones opened his mouth and let out a huge roar. The roar caused the seawater to tremble violently. It was quite a threat to the Phoenix God. Changfeng, quickly get Dao Su and the others to come out. We have to kill Supreme God Heaven's external clones as soon as possible and enter the desolate tomb. Otherwise, we might be in big trouble. The Phoenix God did not expect Supreme God Heaven to leave 2 external clones to guard this place. She revealed a serious expression and transmitted her voice to Yi Qinfeng. All right. Yi Qinfeng also knew that now was not the time to hide his strength. He quickly summoned the evil God, empty divine Tao, ancient God, eternal God, death God, war demon, and void God, trembling thunder. Together, they killed the 2 incarnations of Supreme Divine Heaven. Supreme God Tribe Leader. Void God Jin Lei's expression changed when he saw the external clones of Supreme God Heaven. However, he had already submitted to Yi Qinfeng. He had to suppress the uneasiness in his heart and summon terrifying thunder chains, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. 6 virtual gods. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Looking at the evil god, Dao Su, and the others who were guarding Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God, Supreme God Heaven's external clones let out a surprised cry. Let's go and kill Supreme God Heaven's external clones as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. Yi Qinfeng and the others summoned their strongest treasures and launched fierce attacks on the 2 external clones of Supreme God Heaven. Yi Qinfeng stepped on the sword and appeared in front of the heavily injured, low, virtual god old man as if he had teleported. He wanted to kill him first. You're courting death. Seeing the half-step virtual god Yi Qinfeng daring to approach him, the severely injured, low, virtual god old man immediately launched a fatal attack on Yi Qinfeng. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng had merged many trump cards and chaotic laws, forcibly raising his combat strength to the peak of intermediate virtual god. He easily broke the attack of the low, virtual god old man. How is this possible? Sensing Yi Qinfeng's sudden increase in combat strength, the low virtual god old man revealed a deep fear. He instinctively opened his heavenly territory to defend himself. However, under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's 3 supreme divine abilities at the same time, the low virtual god old man's heavenly territory shattered. His entire body was also blasted apart by the 3 supreme divine abilities. Chaotic laws devour. Chapter 2033. Chaos Divine Wood, it's you. One of the 2 clones left behind by Supreme Shantian had extremely high spiritual intelligence and part of his memory. He recognized Yi Qinfeng's identity when he saw the Chaos Divine would devouring the low-level, virtual god old man. I didn't expect your clones to recognize me. Should I be honored? Yi Qinfeng merged the Chaos Dharma back into his body. He held the divine sword devourer and launched a ferocious attack on one of Supreme Shintian's clones. Human brat, you've been going against me. There's no need for me to keep you in this world. Supreme Shintian's eyes were ferocious. He waved his arms that were evolving the Tao of all creation to shatter the attacks of Shin Daoshu and the others. He teleported and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. Space destruction. As he approached Yi Qinfeng, Supreme Shintian's clones released an endless amount of space energy, instantly destroying the space around Yi Qinfeng. Although Supreme Shintian's clones moved quickly, Yi Qinfeng could sense the danger with the help of the God-Eater brain. He dodged and avoided the attack. 10,000 God tribulation. After dodging the space destruction, Yi Qinfeng immediately unleashed the 10,000 God tribulation, shattering the entire space and attacking Supreme Shintian's clones. However, Supreme Shintian's clones were too powerful. He continued to evolve the mysterious Tao of all creation to dissolve the 10,000 God tribulations attack. God's territory destroy. When Supreme Shintian's clones broke Yi Qinfeng's attack, Shin Daoshu and Shen Yinggu opened up their God's territories at the same time, trying to restrict Supreme Shintian's clones. The moment Supreme Shintian's clones were engulfed by the two God's territories, a beam of divine light surged out of Supreme Shintian's clones. It tore through the two God's territories and forced Shin Daoshu and Shen Yinggu to retreat. Destructive wild thunder. Shin Daoshu and Shin Yinggu's attacks were broken. Void Godjin Lei immediately released destructive wild thunder that was as thick as a bucket, continuously attacking Supreme Shintian's clones. Zhenlei, you're too naive to think that you can hurt me with your low-level virtual god abilities. Supreme Shintian's external incarnation said arrogantly as he pushed his palm forward. It turned into a heavenly screen and shattered the attack of the apocalyptic berserk thunder, sending empty Godjin Lei flying. He's too powerful. We're both peak mid-level virtual gods, but why is Supreme Shintian's avatar so much more powerful than us? Yi Qinfeng did not expect that even after joining forces with Empty Divine Path, Ancient Divine Eternity, and Empty God Jinlei, they still could not do anything to Supreme Shintian's avatar. On the other hand, the Phoenix God and Demon God had joined forces. Even though the two Void God artifacts gave them an advantage, they were still unable to destroy Supreme Shintian's external incarnation within a short period of time. Senior Divine Void, Senior Eternal Ancient, Zhenlei, please think of a way to restrict Supreme Shintian's external incarnation. I'll deal him a killing blow. Yi Qinfeng could only borrow the power of the two Void God artifacts to attack Supreme Shintian's external incarnation. All right. Empty Divine Path and the other two took a deep breath. They ignored their own safety and approached Supreme Shintian's external incarnation. Once again, they opened up the three realms and stacked them together to suppress Supreme Shintian's external incarnation. Weapon controlling Tao. Just as Supreme Shintian's external incarnation relied on his absolute strength to break through the three realms, Yi Qinfeng used up all of his divine power and activated the weapon controlling Tao. He activated the divine runes on the two Void God swords and slashed at Supreme Shintian's external incarnation. As the two Void God artifacts slashed at him, the expression on Supreme Shintian's external incarnation's face changed. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, Empty Divine Path and the other two attacked him at all costs. They restricted his movement and prevented him from dodging the fatal blow from the two Void God swords. Under the 50-fold time acceleration, Supreme Shintian's external incarnation was slashed apart by the two Void God swords. Subsequently, the Chaos Avatar broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body and extended a large number of 5-colored roots. They took root in Supreme Shintian's external incarnation and started to devour it. Evil slaughter thousand streams, seal the space. Divine sword devour the heavens, universal origin sword, divine pagoda suppression. In order to allow the Chaos Divine Wood to devour Supreme Shintian's external incarnation, Yi Qinfeng controlled the 2 Void God artifacts and 2 Supreme Ancestral artifacts to suppress it. Empty Divine Path and the other 2, who were severely injured, did not care about their injuries and suppressed it with all their might. They did not give Supreme Shintian a chance to reform his body. Soon, the first external incarnation of Supreme Shintian's external incarnation was destroyed by the Chaos Divine Wood. 6 extremely powerful Chaos Divine fruits were formed on the Chaos Divine Wood. After merging the Chaos Divine Wood back into his body, Yi Qinfeng quickly went to the side of Phoenix God and the others. He held the 2 Void God swords in his hands and attacked the second Supreme Shintian's external incarnation ferociously. The fighting strength of Supreme Shintian's external incarnation was obviously not as strong as the one that the Chaos Divine Wood had just devoured. With the addition of Yi Qinfeng, his attacks were instantly suppressed and his injuries were worsening. Ancestral Swords, Infinite Chaos, 1,000 Gods Calamity. When Supreme Shintian's external incarnation was completely suppressed by Phoenix God and the others, Yi Qinfeng, who possessed boundless divine strength, instantly threw out 3 supreme super skills and attacked. At the same time, Phoenix God and Demon God activated the strongest power of the 2 Void God artifacts and the 3 supreme super skills and attacked Supreme Shintian's external incarnation at the same time. Ka. At the same time, Supreme Shintian's external incarnation was destroyed by Yi Qinfeng and the others' strongest attacks. Then the War Devil, Death God, and the others used their ultimate killing moves to bombard the shattered body of Supreme Shintian's external incarnation, shattering it. Chaos Avatar continued to devour. The Chaos Divine Wood was the nemesis of empty gods. The moment Supreme Shintian's external incarnation exploded, the Chaos Divine Wood appeared and turned into a towering divine wood. It took root on the broken body of Supreme Shintian's external incarnation and started to devour it. Soon, Supreme Shintian's second external incarnation was devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood. The Chaos Divine Wood then formed 5 extremely powerful Chaos Divine fruits. Let's go. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. After dealing with all the enemies and the 2 external incarnations of Supreme Shintian, Yi Qinfeng sent Xindaoshu and the others, who were severely injured, into the Qinkuan realm. Ignoring their injuries, he and the Phoenix God swam towards the trench where the Chaos Tomb was hidden. After about 3 days, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God arrived at the deepest part of the 1,000 Demon Sea. They saw a long and narrow trench that stretched as far as the eye could see. Back then, I could clearly feel that the Chaos Tomb appeared in this trench. However, I'm not sure where exactly it is. The Phoenix God pointed at the trench and said, "Leave it to me. I can sense the entrance to the Chaos Tomb." Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the location of the Chaos Tomb according to the imprint that the Tai seal had left in the God-Eater brain. About 2 hours later, Yi Qinfeng opened his eyes and looked towards the depths of the trench. "I already know where the entrance to the Chaos Tomb is. Let's go." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng quickly brought the Phoenix God deep into this long and narrow trench and arrived at a smooth cliff. "Everyone come out and attack with me." After locking onto the entrance to the Chaos Tomb, Yi Qinfeng summoned the evil god, Xindaoshu, and the others to attack together. Boom! 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 Earth-shattering explosions rang out in the trench, tearing through space. Under the relentless attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others, the restrictions on the entrance to the Chaos Tomb were shattered. A vast, ancient, and heaven-shaking energy surged out from the Chaos Tomb. For a moment, a large number of strange phenomena appeared around the Chaos Tomb. These phenomena tore through the water and soared into the sky, shocking the Yao world. "Come, let's go in." Forcefully opening the entrance to the Chaos Tomb, Yi Qinfeng took everyone into the universe realm. Withstanding the terrifying spatial pressure, they were transported into the most mysterious tomb in the universe. Extraterrestrial divine stone, seal. The moment the universe realm entered the chaos tomb, a several dozen zhang tall extraterrestrial divine stone broke out of the universe realm and sat at the entrance, sealing the entire tomb. Chapter 2034. So this is the primitive, desolate tomb. Passing through the spatial tunnel, Yi Qinfeng arrived in a desolate and mysterious space. In this mysterious space, there was a gray sun, a gray sky, black earth, and boundless black forests. There were also rivers that flowed slowly like black dragons, and tombs that had been there for who knew how long. Everyone come out. Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the phoenix god, Mulinger, and the rest after entering the primitive, desolate tomb. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the phoenix god and the rest arrived, they felt a strange energy enter their soul seas and control their consciousnesses. It made them feel like they were lost in the primitive, desolate tomb. Linger was right. Without the core stone, even an expert like the phoenix god would be lost in the primitive, desolate tomb. Sensing that the auras of the phoenix god, war demon, and the others were becoming more and more chaotic, and waves of killing intent were seeping out of their bodies, Yi Qinfeng immediately teleported the war demon and the others, who did not have origin stones, into the universe realm and hung the last origin stone around the neck of the phoenix god. What happened to me just then? Under the control of the core stone, the mysterious energy from the primitive, desolate tomb vanished. Gradually, she woke up from her confusion. The primitive, desolate tomb contains a mysterious energy. Without the core stone, even void gods will lose themselves and become killing machines. Yi Qinfeng explained softly. All right, let's go. Yi Qinfeng wasn't sure how long the outer realm core stone could hold off the celestial and demon race experts, but he didn't dare to delay. He followed Tai's directions and flew towards the black forest in the distance. Divine statues. 2 divine statues. When Yi Qinfeng reached the outskirts of the forest, he saw 2 towering statues holding tridents of the sea god. They were made of special materials and looked into the distance. Although he could enter the black forest by bypassing the statues, according to the route Tai had given him, the relatively safe path to the depths of the desolate tomb was hidden between 2 statues. The other paths were far more difficult than the small path between the statues. When Yi Qinfeng's group of 6 cautiously approached the 2 towering statues, the murky eyes of the statues suddenly emitted a light more dazzling than the sun. A terrifying aura spread out from the 2 statues and locked onto Yi Qinfeng's group. Phoenix God, protect Ling, leave these 2 statues to me and the evil god. Yi Qinfeng chose to fight the evil god, who had the strongest recovery ability, against the 2 divine statues, in order to preserve his combat power and deal with any possible trouble that might arise at any time. Evil god, let's end this quickly and destroy these 2 statues as soon as possible. Yi Qinfeng instructed and immediately merged with the Chaos Dharma, instantly raising his combat strength to mid-level virtual god. With the divine sword glutton in hand, he faced an awakened statue. Slash! Yi Qinfeng roared. Rolling divine power merged with the divine sword glutton and formed an invincible divine sword glow that was hundreds of feet long. It slashed at the statue ruthlessly. As the divine sword glutton slashed, the awakened statue immediately held the tridents of the sea god and took the attack head-on. Bang! As the 2 divine weapons collided, the resulting force pushed the statue back a few meters, leaving deep footprints on the hard ground. What a tough stone soldier! Although Yi Qinfeng managed to knock back the deity statue with 1 sword strike, he revealed an expression of deep shock. He was shocked that the stone soldier in the deity statue's hand, which was made of special materials, was actually able to withstand the attack of the divine sword swallowing heaven without being damaged. Bang! 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 When Yi Qinfeng repelled the statue, his strength became even more terrifying. The evil god, who had one foot in the late void god realm, held the 100 evil weapons in his hand and fought fiercely with the other statue, causing great destruction. However, the space of the desolate tomb was incomparably tough. Regardless of whether it was the battle between Yi Qin-feng and the statue, or the battle between the evil god and the statue, none of the destructive power was able to destroy the space. Even the black ancient trees were able to withstand the destructive power without being damaged. Isn't this primitive wildlands tomb too strange? Shan Daoshu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the black ancient trees that were even tougher than top-grade ancestral weapons. The fact that those ancient trees can withstand the destruction without being damaged isn't because they're tough, but because the laws of the primitive wildlands tomb are too strong. They're infinitely weakened by the destructive power. The pure and lovely Mu Linger murmured softly in her white robes. That's right, Linger. Why do I have a feeling that the laws of the primitive wildlands tomb are different from the laws of the outside world? Shan Henggu suddenly asked. Grandpa Henggu, your feelings are correct. The laws of the primitive wildlands tomb are different from the outside world. The spatial laws here are fused with the laws of many other universes and are incomparably strong. Mu Linger nodded lightly. As they spoke, Yi Qin-feng and the evil god's battle with the two statues reached its climax. Yi Qin-feng was constantly activating his unrivaled sword body to boost his own battle strength. His divine swords swept through everything in their path as they attacked the statues, leaving deep gashes on their sturdy bodies. Meanwhile, the evil god's attacks were even more lethal. He relied on his powerful regenerative powers to ignore the statue's attacks and use the 100 evil weapons to attack the statue's head, causing countless cracks to appear. Myriad Origin Sword. In order to suppress the statue's attacks, Yi Qin-feng summoned the Myriad Origin Sword as well. At the same time, he controlled the two Void Spirit Swords to attack the statue and destroy its body. 100 evil weapons shatter. The evil god's all-out attack shook the statue and forced it to retreat. His entire body fused with the 100 evil weapons, and the 100 evil weapons emitted mysterious divine runes. He slashed at the statue's head, and his shattered head was directly smashed into pieces. Crack, crack, crack. With the head crushed, the statue's incomparably tough body immediately cracked like broken glass. The statue's weakness is its head. Yi Qin-feng caught sight of the evil god's attack on the statue's head from the corner of his eye. His body immediately shattered as he used the two Void Spirit Swords to attack the statue's head. Soon enough, the statue's head was shattered by the two Void Spirit Swords. After shattering the two statues that had guarded the Black Mountain Forest for an unknown number of years, Yi Qin-feng could clearly feel that the path between the statues was becoming clearer and clearer. Let's go! Yi Qin-feng quickly consumed a supreme, great, heaven-piercing sage pellet. While recovering his divine power, he led the Phoenix God and the rest through the path in the middle, traversing through the Black Forest. While traversing through the Black Forest, Yi Qin-feng and the rest sensed many powerful demonic beasts and monsters with their powerful soul force. However, these demonic beasts and monsters did not seem to notice Yi Qin-feng and the rest and did not attack them. Soon, Yi Qin-feng and the rest followed the path that shone faintly and entered the depths of the Black Forest. Chapter 2035. Phoenix Blossom. That's the Phoenix Blossom. Looking at this strange flower that looked like a divine phoenix, Phoenix God immediately recognized that this was a divine flower that had long been extinct in the Void God realm. Rumor had it that the Phoenix Blossom contained the true blood of the phoenix. To the Phoenix tribe, it was as attractive as the divine Wudongwood core. If Phoenix God plucked this Phoenix Blossom, she had hopes of using this flower and the divine Wudongwood core to reach the late stage of the Void God realm. Wait, Phoenix God, don't go near that divine flower! Just as the excited Phoenix God was about to forcefully pluck the Phoenix Blossom that was so important to her, Yi Qinfeng grabbed her wrist and said solemnly, "Qingfeng, that phoenix blossom is too important to me. I have to pluck it no matter what." Phoenix God stared at Yi Qinfeng and said resolutely, "If I pluck this phoenix blossom and add the divine wood core you gave me, I have a chance of reaching the late stage of the void god realm in a short time. Phoenix God, I know how important this phoenix blossom is to you, but I can tell you clearly that this phoenix blossom is bait. Once you leave the ancient road under our feet, the power of the rules on this road will disappear. At that time, we will most likely be in big trouble." Yi Qinfeng said solemnly. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Phoenix God was in a difficult position. She could barely control the desire in her heart. "Look, Phoenix God, trust me, there is definitely more than one phoenix blossom. When we go deeper, we may find more phoenix blossom. At that time, we will help you pluck it." Yi Qinfeng grabbed Phoenix God's wrist tightly, afraid that she would step off the path. "All right." Phoenix God took a deep look at the phoenix blossom that was so important to her. In the end, she listened to Yi Qinfeng's persuasion and chose to give up. She followed Yi Qinfeng on the path and continued to walk into the depths of the Black Mountain Forest. That is the dragon tail grass, Kuan Peng fruit, Cheongqi tree. Along the way, Phoenix God found many divine objects that were only passed down in ancient books in the Black Mountain Forest. She was very tempted. Even the eyes of the divine Tao Void, the divine eternal ancient, and the evil god were burning with passion. Mu Linger, on the other hand, was much calmer than the rest. She ignored the godly objects that were enough to make void spirit realm experts go crazy over them and followed closely behind Qingfeng towards the end of the Black Forest. At the same time, the Empyrean God realm experts of the Heavenly Clan and Demon Clan noticed the strange phenomenon above the Thousand Demon Sea. They rushed to the Thousand Demon Sea and discovered the entrance to the desolate tomb hidden in the depths of the trench. However, the entrance to the desolate tomb had been sealed by Yi Qinfeng using the extraterritorial divine stone. The celestial race and demon race supreme elders had attacked it with all their strength for over 3 days, but they were still unable to break through the extraterritorial divine stone and enter the desolate tomb. Just as the celestial race and demon clan were burning with anxiety, 2 cracks suddenly appeared in the chaotic trench. Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven appeared at the same time. They were dressed in dark golden robes, and their bodies were one with the space around them. "Supreme God Clan Head, Supreme Emperor Clan Head, you're finally here!" The person in charge of the demon race this time, Shocking Devil God, who had once been defeated by the Phoenix God, exhaled in relief. The Phoenix God and the others used the extraterritorial divine stone to seal the entrance to the desolate tomb. I asked the 2 clan heads to break it open. Leave it to this god. Tai Shentian, who had 1 foot in the great perfection of the empty god realm, nodded and pointed his finger at the extraterritorial divine stone. Crack, crack, crack. The extraterritorial divine stone that had withstood Supreme God Heaven's finger attack and Shocking Devil God's group's attacks for 3 days started to crack. Next, Supreme God Heaven extended his finger again to attack the extraterritorial divine stone. By the time Supreme God Heaven had extended his finger 800 times, the extraterritorial divine stone that was dozens of zhang tall had completely shattered. The entrance to the desolate tomb was completely opened. Wait, you can't go in yet. The entrance to the desolate tomb had been opened by Supreme God Heaven. Shocking Devil God and the others were about to barge into the desolate tomb to kill Yi Qinfeng and the others when Supreme Emperor Heaven suddenly stopped them. "Supreme Emperor Clan Head, what is the meaning of this?" Shocking Devil God asked, puzzled. "Rumor has it that there is a mysterious force in the desolate tomb. Once an empty god enters it, they will lose themselves. Only the extraterritorial divine stone can restrain this mysterious force in the desolate tomb," Supreme Emperor Heaven explained. This time, Supreme God Clan Head and I went to the extraterritorial divine stone and obtained a total of 9 extraterritorial divine stones. In other words, only 9 of us can enter the desolate tomb. The others will die without a doubt. Only 9 of us can enter. Shocking Devil God's brows were tightly knitted together. He had not expected that there would be such a restriction when entering the desolate tomb. All right, Elder Jingtian, quickly choose the 3 strongest devil gods from the devil race and have them follow us into the desolate tomb, ordered Supreme Emperor Tian, who was dressed in a dark golden robe and exuding an imperial aura. Soon, the heavenly and devil clans selected the 7 strongest empty god almighties and obtained the extraterritorial divine stones from Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. They withstood the powerful force of space and entered the desolate tomb. At that moment, Yi Qinfeng and the others, who were advancing rapidly on the path of laws, arrived at the deepest part of the Black Forest. According to the soul imprint that Supreme Emperor had left in Devourer God's mind, they immediately entered the next mysterious space. In the deepest part of the Black Forest, Phoenix God found the second phoenix, perch flower, and a few stalks of dragon tail grass that contained the bloodline of divine dragons. Qingfeng, can I pluck the phoenix perch flower in front? Looking at the phoenix perch flower in the distance, Phoenix God had a feeling that if she missed this opportunity, she might have no fate with the phoenix perch flower. All right, Senior Shinshu, you all wait here. Phoenix God and I will go and pluck the phoenix perch flower. If we encounter any danger, you all must quickly help us. Yi Qinfeng did not know what kind of dangers were hidden in the Black Forest, but he was already at the end of the Black Forest. He finally decided to take the risk and pluck the phoenix perch flower with Phoenix God. Don't worry. If there is any danger, we will come to your rescue. Demon God, Shinshu, and the others summoned their Void God artifacts. A top-grade ancestral artifact floated above their heads. Phoenix God, let's go. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng and Phoenix God left the path that contained the mysterious laws and rapidly approached the phoenix perch flower. Screech, screech, screech. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's approach, the phoenix perch flower emitted a series of piercing phoenix cries. A lifelike phoenix emerged from the phoenix perch flower. It flapped its colorful wings and attacked Yi Qinfeng's group. At the same time that the phoenix perch flower transformed into a phoenix perch flower to attack, the dragon tail grass and cheongqi tree that grew at the end of the Black Forest also roared like divine beasts. They transformed into towering divine beasts that shook the 9 heavens and attacked Yi Qinfeng's group. As the phantom divine beasts attacked one after another, Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo could clearly feel that the power of laws in the Black Mountain Forest had changed. It surged toward them like an avalanche, continuously suppressing their strength and limiting their battle prowess. Chapter 2036 Hongmeng Bloodline Ignition, Chaos Aspect Fusion. At this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng, whose strength was being suppressed, used his trump card. He instantly raised his strength to the peak of mid-level Nihility God realm, summoned 2 Nihility God swords, and unleashed a powerful sword domain to counter the attacks. While Yi Qinfeng was fighting against the divine beasts, the Phoenix God also transformed into her strongest combat form. She summoned the Demon Emperor Divine Bell and smashed it at the divine beasts. Only by shattering the divine beasts would she have a chance to pluck the Phoenix Blossom. Boom! Boom! The 3 Void God artifacts bombarded the terrifying divine beast phantoms, causing the divine beast's phantoms to tremble intensely. However, under the suppression of the mysterious laws, the Nihility God artifact's power was greatly affected. Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God's all-out attack failed to shatter the divine beast's divine beasts. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God were in danger, Demon God, Shen Daoshu, and the rest immediately controlled their Nihility God artifacts and supreme-grade ancestral artifacts to attack the divine beasts. Damn it! Our combat strength has been reduced to 30%. Demon God, Shen Daoxiu, and the rest realized that their combat strength had been reduced to 30% by the mysterious power of the Chaos Tomb. Their Nihility God artifacts and supreme-grade ancestral artifacts' power had been greatly reduced. They were unable to shatter the divine beasts divine, beasts divine, beasts divine, beasts divine beasts. Chaos divine would tear the laws. Just as Yi Qinfeng and the others were being suppressed by the rules and were in danger, the Chaos Dharma idol broke out of Yi Qinfeng's body and turned into a towering Chaos divine tree that swayed with the light of the Chaos 5 elements. It opened up a corner of the world and forcibly tore apart the rules of space. The Chaos Divine Wood was the number 1 divine wood in the universe. The chaos force it released could tear apart anything. Under the Chaos Divine Wood's 5-colored canopy, the laws suppressing Yi Qinfeng and the rest were torn apart. Yi Qinfeng and the rest instantly recovered their peak combat strength. Godless Sword. After recovering his battle prowess, Yi Qinfeng wielded the 2 Void God artifacts and unleashed the invincible Tao intent. He swung his sword at the 2 incoming dragon phantoms, tearing them apart. On the other hand, the Phoenix God, Evil God, and the others were also controlling their respective Void God artifacts and top-grade ancestral artifacts to display their prowess, shattering the divine beast phantoms that were attacking them. In less than 30 breaths of time, more than 10 terrifying divine beast phantoms were torn apart by Yi Qinfeng and the others. Demon Emperor's divine bell suppressed Feng Qihua. After dealing with the phantom of the divine beast, the Phoenix God immediately controlled the divine bell of the Demon Emperor to suppress it. He wanted to forcibly suppress the Feng Qihua and pluck it. Screech, screech, screech. Under the suppression of the Demon Emperor's divine clock, the Phoenix Blossom let out a series of angry shrieks. Its entire flower body constantly changed, transforming into a phoenix burning with divine fire. The phoenix perch flowers transformed into phoenixes, and the dragon tail grass that was spitting out divine light also transformed into ferocious grass dragons. They roared furiously at Yi Qinfeng and the others. 1 grass, 1 dragon, 1 flower, 1 phoenix. At the sight of this, Yi Qinfeng and the others didn't shrink back. Instead, they wielded their respective treasures and met the attacks head-on. Under the cover of the primal Chaos Divine Wood, they began to fight fiercely with the grass dragons and flower phoenixes. Without the primal Chaos Dharma idol, Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess was still terrifying. He wielded the 2 Void God swords in his hands and attacked ferociously, forcing back a 100-meter-long grass dragon covered in green light and spitting out green dragon flames. Big Brother Yi, the grass dragon's fatal weakness, is 3 inches from its neck. Suddenly, Mulinger transmitted to Yi Qinfeng. Her eyes had turned dark brown and her pupils had disappeared. All right. Hearing Mulinger's message, Yi Qinfeng immediately unleashed nearly 2.5 trillion gene of strength into his divine sword devourer. He threw it out with all his might, aiming for the grass dragon's neck. Swish! The grass dragon's neck was pierced through by the divine sword devourer. The terrifying power of the sword poured into the grass dragon's body, directly shattering its several 100-meter-long body. It turned into a dragon-shaped, crystal-clear dragon-tail grass that flowed with the powerful bloodline of a divine dragon. Collect! With a thought, Yi Qinfeng collected the dragon-tail grass into his cosmos mirror. Everyone attacked the grass dragon's weak point 3 inches from its neck. After successfully destroying the grass dragon, Yi Qinfeng immediately told Wretch God and the others about its fatal weakness. After confirming its weakness, Wretch God and the others attacked. Soon enough, they destroyed the savage grass dragons one by one and obtained 5 incomparably precious dragon-tail grasses that were rumored to be used to refine Void God pills. After killing all the grass dragons, Yi Qinfeng immediately asked the evil god to help the Phoenix God suppress Feng Qihua. Meanwhile, he, Shen Daoxiu, and Shen Hingu attacked the divine beast Qiongqi that the Qiongqi tree had transformed into. Awu! Cheongchi roared endlessly, shaking the 9 heavens as it trampled through space. It exploded with nearly 2.5 trillion gene of strength as it charged towards Yi Qinfeng's group. Big Bro Yi, Cheongchi's weak point is its eyes. Attack its eyes and you'll destroy it. Mu Linger's voice once more rang out in Yi Qinfeng's ears. Her eyes were ashen white as she evolved laws. All right. After learning of Cheongchi's weakness, Yi Qinfeng immediately had Shin Daoxiu and Shin Hingu open their god domains to forcefully restrict its speed. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng merged with the 2 void god swords and pierced towards Cheongchi's eyes like a bolt of lightning. Swish! Cheongchi's eyes were pierced by the 2 void god weapons. Terrifying sword might pierced through its entire body, causing it to explode to reveal the Cheongchi tree that was as thick as a child's arm and flowed with Cheongchi's divine blood. Withdraw! With a thought, Yi Qinfeng withdrew the Cheongchi tree into the cosmos realm. Then, together with Shin Daoxiu and Shen Hingu, they appeared by the phoenix perch flower and sealed off all its escape routes as they attacked with all their might. Phoenix perch flower's weakness is its blood phoenix crown. Mu Linger's murky eyes deduced the phoenix perch flower's weakness as well. She transmitted the information to Yi Qinfeng's group. All right. After confirming the phoenix perch flower's weakness, Yi Qinfeng's group attacked together, shattering the blood phoenix crown in one fell swoop. They destroyed the phoenix perch flower and obtained the phoenix perch flower that was extremely precious to the phoenix god. Qingfeng, I'll leave the rest of the road to you guys. I'll go refine the phoenix perch flower and divine wudong wood core in your spatial treasure and use all my strength to break through to late void god realm. Although they weren't weak, they were facing the 2 most terrifying figures in the void god realm, Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. The Phoenix God would only stand a chance against them after breaking through to late void god realm. All right, no problem. Yi Qinfeng nodded. He gave the Phoenix God 2 precious primal chaos divine fruits and sent her into the core of the cosmos realm that sped up time by 50 times. Then he put away the primal chaos divine that could split heaven and earth and tear apart the laws of nature before flying towards the end of the Black Forest. Yi Qinfeng's group ran into more trouble as they flew towards the end of the Black Forest. They were attacked by numerous priceless and terrifying divine objects. But with Mu Linger senses, Yi Qinfeng's group easily found the weaknesses of these divine objects and destroyed their external incarnations. They obtained 2 Bodhi flowers, 1 Wraitheye flower and 1 sun fruit. The Bodhi flower and sun fruit were both divine objects used to refine void god pills. They had long gone extinct in the void god realm, but the Wraitheye flower was just as attractive to the phoenix perch flower to the phoenix god. It could accelerate the Wraith god's breakthrough to late void god realm. Chapter 2037. Huff! Huff! That was too dangerous. Mu Linger couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the destructive wave that had almost swallowed them whole. She patted her jade peaks as she spoke with lingering fear. Let's continue on our way. The real threats are Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. We can't let them catch up to us. Although the primitive desolate tomb was full of dangers, Yi Qinfeng was most worried about Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. If they caught up to them, their combined strength was enough to bring a fatal disaster to Yi Qinfeng's group. Soon enough, Yi Qinfeng's group discovered a space shrouded in black fog ahead of them. Through the fog, they could faintly make out towering tombs and pagodas. A cemetery. That should be the cemetery of death Tai mentioned. Yi Qinfeng's expression grew more serious as he looked at the cemetery. Tai's imprint in God Devourer's mind only had a simple introduction to the cemetery of death. It didn't tell them how to get out of the place. Moreover, Tai's imprint said that the cemetery of death was a separate space with vastly different rules from the void god world. It was easy to get lost inside and lose one's way forever. Although the death graveyard was filled with danger, it didn't stop Yi Qinfeng and the others. The four of them sped up and soon arrived at the entrance of the death graveyard. They were stopped by a mirror that was more than 3 meters tall, completely black, and flowing with a strange white light. The god realm of death. Didn't Tai break this mirror? Could it be that it can repair itself? Looking at the black mirror in front of him, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized it. This was the divine mirror of death that Tai had told him was guarding the death graveyard. If he wanted to enter the death graveyard, he had to break the divine mirror. Tai had once entered this place and broken it, but countless years had passed. The god realm of death had repaired itself and continued to protect the cemetery of death. Senior Shinxiu, Senior Eternal Ancient, Ling, wait for me here. I'll go break this god realm of death. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and decided to challenge the god realm of death alone. Qingfeng, do you need help? Xin Henggu, whose clothes fluttered in the wind, asked. There's no need for that. The divine realm of death is a little strange. It'll be disadvantageous for us if we have too many people. I can handle it alone. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and summoned Swallow the Sky. He slowly walked toward the divine mirror of death and entered it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Qinfeng's deep eyes penetrated the light as he walked into the Reaper's mirror. He saw a majestic man wearing golden armor and wielding a golden dragon head blade. He was standing under a huge mirror. This man was the guardian of the Reaper's mirror. Only by destroying him could the Reaper's mirror be destroyed and they could enter the cemetery of death. According to Tai's information, the guardian of the Reaper's mirror was 1 level higher than the challenger. If the challenger used his trump card to increase his strength, the guardian's strength would increase as well. However, Yi Qinfeng had his own trump card, which was the primordial blood. With the primordial blood, he had endless divine power. Moreover, as a half-step virtual god, he had mastered the complete sword territory. With the 2 virtual god weapons, he could easily destroy the guardian of the Reaper's mirror. Defeat me and enter the cemetery of death. The loser will die. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was walking toward him through the white light, the guardian of the Reaper's mirror opened its deep eyes and said coldly in a deep voice, All right, come on. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and ignited his primordial blood. Stepping out with his sword, he appeared in front of the guardian of the Reaper's mirror like a flash of light. He struck out with a force of 5 trillion Jin, wanting to test the guardian's strength. Yi Qinfeng's fist struck out, but the guardian of the Reaper's mirror placed its left hand in front of its chest to block Yi Qinfeng's punch. Rumble. When Yi Qinfeng's fist collided with the guardian's palm, a powerful force surged out. The intense collision caused the space in the mirror to tremble violently. Dang, dang. After the collision, Yi Qinfeng was pushed back 3 steps. The guardian of the Reaper's mirror lost control of its body even more. It only managed to stabilize itself after taking 6 steps back, leaving 6 deep footprints on the hard ground. Challenger, your strength is not bad. However, you're still far from being able to defeat me. The guardian of the Reaper's mirror's eyes were filled with battle intent. A terrifying domain power surged out of its body, supporting the entire space as it attacked Yi Qinfeng. Is that so? Yi Qinfeng sneered. His sword domain surged out of his body, transforming into tens of thousands of divine swords that attacked the guardian of the Reaper's mirror. Ka. The power of the 2 domains collided. It was as if 2 endless rivers were crashing into each other. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted. Ancestor-level sword soul. Slash! Yi Qinfeng activated his invincible sword body and increased the power of his sword domain. As he clashed with the guardian of the Reaper's mirror, his ancestor-level sword soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's sea of consciousness and transformed into a black divine sword. It slashed toward the guardian of the Reaper's mirror with powerful Tao intent. Eye of the ancestral dragon. The Guardian of the Reaper raised one hand and caught the ancestor-level sword soul descending from the sky. At this moment, the eye of the ancestral dragon cracked open on Yi Qinfeng's forehead. Billions of rays of light shot out of its eye and attacked the Guardian of the Reaper. However, the Guardian of the Reaper's mirror possessed extremely powerful defenses. It relied on its armor to block the attacks of the eye of the ancestral dragon. Yi Qinfeng's brows furrowed as his attacks were broken one after another. However, the Tao of weapon manipulation was his final trump card. He would only use it as a last resort. Godless sword. The creation origin sword pierced through his body. Yi Qinfeng wielded the two void god swords and unleashed an invincible killing technique. It instantly stole all of the light in the divine mirror world and stabbed toward the Guardian of the Reaper. Yi Qinfeng charged toward the Guardian of the divine mirror with an earth-shattering, killing intent. The Guardian of the Reaper immediately raised its dragon head saber to meet the attack. As the saber slashed down, surging saber intent surged like a torrential river, relentlessly slashing at the two foe spirit swords. The Guardian of the Divine Mirror's attack was powerful enough to kill a low-level void god. However, it was unable to shake the two void god swords. The two attacks clashed fiercely for 3 breaths. The Guardian of the Divine Mirror's invincible saber slash was broken by the two void god swords. Yi Qinfeng's arms exploded with a force close to 5 trillion kilograms. He hurled the two void god swords at the Guardian of the Divine Mirror's body. TSK. The Guardian of the Divine Mirror's defenses were immediately shattered. Its entire body was pierced through by the two void god swords. Ancestral swords. Myriad god tribulation. Infinite chaos. The instant the Guardian of the Divine Mirror was pierced through by the two void god swords, Yi Qinfeng raised his battle prowess to the maximum. He seized the opportunity when the Guardian of the Divine Mirror lost control of its body and unleashed 3 supreme mystiques at the same time. Bam! The Guardian of the Divine Mirror was already severely injured after being pierced through by the two void god swords. Now that it was attacked by 3 supreme mystiques, its entire body exploded. 2 void god swords slash. After destroying the Guardian of the Divine Mirror, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the divine sword devouring heaven. The myriad origin sword slashed at the divine mirror behind the Guardian of the Divine Mirror, shattering it and destroying its space. Kacha! As the space shattered, the divine mirror of death shattered as well. Yi Qinfeng returned to the real world. Let's go. We're entering the death graveyard. Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time. After destroying the divine mirror of death, he immediately brought Mu Linger and the others into the death graveyard, a place filled with hidden dangers and the aura of death. Chapter 2038. What kind of laws are these? They're seriously interfering with Ai's soul perception. Once they entered the cemetery of death, Shen Daoshu immediately sensed that his soul perception had been greatly affected. He couldn't even tell which direction to go. Moreover, their strength was suppressed to the ancestor realm under the influence of the cemetery of death's spatial laws. This graveyard of death should contain the laws of 3 universes. If we want to leave through the graveyard of death, we have to figure out the spatial laws here. Mu Linger opened her eyes and murmured, "The laws of 3 universes." Yi Qinfeng creased his brows as his expression grew serious. Although the god-devouring brain was heaven-defying, it was still very difficult for it to understand the spatial laws of another universe. Moreover, the Supreme God and Supreme Emperor Celestials were closing in, so Yi Qinfeng didn't have time to study the spatial laws here. Leave the task of studying the spatial laws to me. I might be able to figure out the spatial laws here and find a way to leave. Mu Linger's eyes turned a grayish-brown as large amounts of energy of laws began to deduce the spatial laws of the cemetery of death. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Linger. Thinking of Mu Linger's identity, Yi Qin-feng felt assured enough to leave the task of figuring out the spatial laws of the cemetery of death to her. He followed closely behind her, protecting her as they made their way through the eerie spaces of the cemetery of death to find a way out. As Yi Qin-feng and the others walked, a 3-story tall, pitch-black tomb with 2 stone lions sitting on it appeared before Yi Qin-feng and the others, giving off beams of profound light. Big Bro Yi, this pagoda's interfering with my calculations of the spatial laws here. Can you guys break it apart? Mu Linger's eyes cleared from her calculations as she pointed at the pagoda blocking their way. No problem. Although Yi Qinfeng's group guessed that they'd run into trouble trying to break through the pagoda, they didn't hesitate to attack it at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Under the combined attacks of Yi Qinfeng's trio, the 3-story tall black pagoda shattered. The tomb tower shattered, and a thick yin qi emerged from the bottom of the tower, causing the air to churn violently. Following that, 5 strange insects crawled out. They were completely black, half a meter long, with sharp, blade-like limbs, a pair of strange antennae on their foreheads, and wings that trembled like blades. Spirit-eating insect. Looking at the 5 strange black bugs before him, Yi Qin-feng recognized them immediately. They were the god-eater bugs that could devour virtual gods and had given Tai a headache back then. Senior Divine Void, Senior Eternal Ancient, these space-swallowing bugs are very scary. We need to kill them as soon as possible. Yi Qin-feng summoned the Divine Sword, swallowing Heaven Divine Sword and the Myriad Origin Sword, and urged loudly. All right. Shin Daoxiu, Shen Hingu, and Shin Daoxiu nodded. They summoned their top-grade ancestral artifacts and attacked the ferocious, god-devouring bugs. Slash! With a thought from Yi Qin-feng, the Divine Sword swallowing Heaven Divine Sword and the Myriad Origin Sword slashed through the air, slashing at one of the god-eater bugs that was flapping its blade-like wings. TSK Tisk. After being attacked by the 2 void god swords, 2 deep sword gashes were left on the god-eater bug's hard shell. The terrifying sword might directly cut the god-eater bug that was approaching it to the ground. And it's not dead. Although the god-eater bug was cut down, Yi Qin-feng was shocked to find that the 2 void god swords were unable to kill this god-eater bug. Just as he was feeling shocked, the 2 god-eater bugs approached him at an extremely fast speed. Their sharp antennae slashed across Yi Qinfeng's body, instantly tearing through his defenses and tearing apart his powerful body. Large amounts of blood flowed uncontrollably. What terrifying, offensive power! Even though Yi Qin-feng wasn't wearing his top-grade ancestral artifact, Devil Dragon Battle Armor, his defenses were very difficult to penetrate even with a top-grade ancestral artifact. However, the 2 god-eater bugs' antennae were able to pierce through his defenses and tear his body apart, giving him a first-hand experience of just how fearsome the 2 god-eater bugs were. Yi Qin-feng was wounded by the 2 god-eater bugs, and Shin Daoxiu and Shin Hingu were also in a lot of trouble. They were forced to open up their godly domains and use the power of their domains to kill the god-eater bugs. Invincible Sword Body, Myriad Swords returned to origin. After being wounded, Yi Qin-feng immediately donned his top-grade ancestral artifact, Devil Dragon Battle Armor, and activated his invincible sword body. In an instant, over 10,000 invincible divine swords were conjured to attack the 3 god-eater bugs. However, the 3 god-eater bugs were too fearsome, and they were constantly resisting the attacks of the invincible divine swords, forcing Yi Qin-feng into retreat. Big Brother Yi, you can't keep retreating. If you do, you might be in danger. Mu Linger, who had mysterious Tao markings growing beneath her feet and was constantly deducing the laws of space, sent a message to Yi Qin-feng with a flicker of her expression. Tao of weapon control, / Hearing Mu Linger's words, Yi Qin-feng didn't dare to hold back any longer. He immediately used his Tao of weapon control, activating the strongest attacks of his 2 void spirit swords. Shining with invincible divine markings, They slashed at the 3 savage God-eater bugs. Swish, swish, swish. Struck by the 2 void spirit swords, the 3 God-eater bugs' bodies were split open. They wailed in anguish before dying on the spot. Collect! As the God-eater bugs died, 3 pitch-black, egg-sized demon cores appeared in the bloody mist. Sensing the divine power contained within the cores, Yi Qinfeng immediately collected them into his cosmos realm. Wielding his 2 void spirit weapons, he helped Xin Daoxiu and Shen Henggu attack the remaining 2 God-eater bugs. Big brother, Yi, the God-eater bug on the left, has a weak point 4 inches from its abdomen. The one on the right has a weak point 1 inch from its abdomen. While Yi Qinfeng's group attacked with all their might, Mu Linger was constantly searching for the bug's weak points. Soon enough, she used the spatial laws to discover their weaknesses and told Yi Qinfeng's group. All right. After learning the fatal weakness of the 2 God-eater bugs, Yi Qinfeng immediately opened up his sword domain and summoned his primal Chaos Dharma idol to suppress 1 God-eater bug by force. Then he forcefully threw out his divine sword Tunshin, which pierced 4 inches into the abdomen of the God-eater bug. Xin Daoxiu and Shen Henggu borrowed the power of their domains to suppress the God-eater bugs and attack their weak points. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With their weak points attacked, the 2 God-eater bugs shrieked in pain. Large amounts of black liquid spurted out as cracks appeared on their hard shells. Die. Yi Qinfeng's group attacked at the same time and killed the 2 God-eater bugs in one fell swoop. They also obtained 2 demon cores filled with God energy. God energy. These 2 demon cores actually contain God energy. Looking at the 2 Yao cores that Yi Qinfeng had taken away, Shen Daoxiu and the other 2 could clearly feel that the Yao cores contained an enormous amount of divine power. Furthermore, this divine power was even purer than that of an ordinary 5-colored divine stone. Seniors, I'll give these 2 God-eater bug cores to you. Yi Qinfeng wasn't stingy and gave the 2 incomparably precious cores to Shen Daoxiu and Xin Daoxiu. Many thanks. Xin Daoxiu and the other 2 didn't decline, accepting these 2 God-devouring insect demon cores that were extremely important to them. Seniors, go cultivate in the universe realm as well. Try to break through to mid-level void spirit realm as soon as possible. If there's any danger, I'll call for you. Yi Qinfeng looked at the excited Xin Daoxiu and Xin Daoxiu. Only by increasing their strength would they be able to escape from the Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. All right. Chapter 2039. Linger, let's go. Yi Qinfeng released his powerful soul force into the black tomb, only to discover it was empty. There were no treasures inside, so he immediately flew away with Mu Linger. Wait, big brother Yi. As they flew, Mu Linger called out to Yi Qinfeng. What's wrong, Linger? Yi Qinfeng asked softly as he looked at the gray-eyed Mu Linger trying to deduce the rules of space. We seem to be going the wrong way. Mu Linger floated in the air. Wait for me. I'll try to deduce the rules here. So speaking, Mu Linger's fair hands moved quickly to form complicated hand seals that melded into the air. She tried to deduce the rules of space to find the right path. Around the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Mu Linger opened her eyes and pointed northwest. Big brother Yi, let's go that way. Mu Linger took Yi Qinfeng and slowly flew towards the northwest of Death Graveyard. It wasn't long before Mu Linger stopped again. She quickly calculated the direction of their flight path. A tomb pagoda, another tomb pagoda. After flying for about 6 hours, a second 3-floored tomb appeared, emitting a thick aura of death, blocking their path. So it's a tomb pagoda. It's the power of this tomb pagoda that's interfering with my deduction of the rules here. Mu Linger creased her brows at the sight. If that's the case, then I'll break this tomb pagoda. Although Phoenix God Xin Daoxiu and the others were all cultivating in the universe realm and Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess was greatly reduced, he still didn't hesitate to control the divine void sword to attack the three-floored tomb pagoda, shattering it with a single strike. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The tomb tower shattered, and a terrifying power of death spread out. 5 god-eater bugs that were more than half a meter long crawled out of the tomb, waving their antennae. They let out ferocious screeches at Yi Qin Feng and Yi Qingtang. Evil slaughter, thousand flows. God Spirit Pagoda, protect Linger! Yi Qin Feng quickly had Mu Linger retreat 1,000 meters before summoning his 2 top-grade ancestral weapons to protect her. With divine sword devourer in hand, he charged at the 5 vicious god-devouring bugs alone and began to fight them. After donning his demonic dragon battle armor, Yi Qinfeng's defensive prowess was significantly enhanced, but the attacks of the 5 god engulfing beetles were simply too powerful. Their tentacles, which were comparable in power to pseudo-void divine tools, were still able to create a lot of trouble for Yi Qinfeng, leaving a series of deep gashes on his demonic dragon battle armor. Chaos Dharma form, fuse! Unable to fend off the attacks of the 5 spirit-eating bugs, Yi Qinfeng triggered his thoughts and merged with the chaotic Dharma form. He raised his strength to the peak of middle-level virtual god and performed his mirror image doppelganger. In an instant, 3 mirror image doppelgangers appeared and attacked together with him. But in the blink of an eye, the 3 mirror avatars were torn apart by the antennae of the spirit-eating insect. 2 primitive Tao embryos. After his mirror image doppelgangers were destroyed, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned his 2 primitive Tao embryos, both of which were half-step void god stage, to help him fend off his enemies. Although he had the assistance of his 2 primitive Tao embryos, Yi Qinfeng was still in a perilous situation. His attacks were completely suppressed by the 5 god engulfing beetles. Big brother Yi, the god engulfing beetle on your left, has a weak spot 6 inches from its abdomen. Mu Linger's voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears as he was engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 god engulfing beetles with his 2 primitive Tao embryos. Divine Sword Devourer, go! Yi Qinfeng's pupils contracted as he locked onto the weak spot of the god engulfing beetle on his left. His arm erupted with close to 5 trillion kilograms of force as he shot out Divine Sword Devourer, piercing through its weak spot. After that, Yi Qinfeng unleashed his myriad deity tribulation to destroy the god engulfing beetle's physical body and kill it. After killing 1 god engulfing beetle, Yi Qinfeng's pressure was greatly reduced. Wielding his 2 void god swords, he continued to tangle with the remaining 4. Very soon, Mu Linger discovered another god engulfing beetle's weak spot and told Yi Qinfeng about it, allowing him to kill the 2nd god engulfing beetle in one fell swoop. About 2 hours later, the heavily injured Yi Qinfeng managed to kill the 5 god engulfing beetles with Mu Linger's help and obtained 5 incomparably precious god engulfing beast cores. However, the 2 primitive Tao embryos had been attacked by the god engulfing beetles and were covered in wounds, greatly affecting their battle prowess. These god engulfing beetles are too terrifying. If it wasn't for Linger's help, it would have been very difficult to kill them. Yi Qinfeng said with lingering fear as he put away the 5 god engulfing beast cores. This tomb is empty too. When the god-devouring brain entered the tomb, Yi Qinfeng discovered that it was still empty. There were no treasures or fortuitous encounters. Big brother Yi, let's go south. Without the interference of the towers, Mu Linger quickly deduced a new direction and led Yi Qinfeng through the death graveyard. Time passed day by day. Yi Qinfeng followed Mu Linger through the death graveyard for 3 days. They destroyed 5 towers and killed 18 terrifying god engulfing beetles. At the bottom of the 5-floored tower, they discovered a pseudo-void spirit weapon, the half-moon divine saber, and a fist-sized, extremely pure 5-colored divine stone. But as time passed, Mu Linger's expression grew more and more solemn. Her movements grew slower and slower until she finally realized she was lost. What's wrong, Linger? Seeing Mulinger suddenly stop flying with a grave expression, Yi Qinfeng flew to her side and asked softly, "What's the matter?" "There's a problem with the path I deduced. We should be lost." Mulinger's eyes returned to normal as she surveyed their surroundings. "Lost?" Yi Qinfeng creased his brows. If I'm not wrong, if we keep going forward, we'll reach the first tower we destroyed." Mulinger nodded. "We've been walking for so long, so it's very possible that we've taken a huge detour." As Mulinger had predicted, they soon discovered the first tomb pagoda they'd broken down. Just where did we go wrong? Once she was certain that she was really lost, Mulinger knitted her brows and sat cross-legged to deduce the spatial laws while trying to recall. While she was doing so, Yi Qinfeng sat cross-legged by her side to control the god-engulfing brain. While Yi Qinfeng and Mulinger were trying to deduce the spatial laws of Death Graveyard to find a way out, Supreme God Heaven's group had passed through the Black Forest and arrived outside the Death Graveyard. The God Mirror of Death is broken. Looks like they've already entered the Death Graveyard. Both the Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven had entered the great, desolate tomb in the immemorial era. They were familiar with the terrain of this place. When they saw the shattered divine Mirror of Death, they immediately guessed that Yi Qinfeng's group had entered the Death Graveyard, which contained different spatial laws. When we catch up to them, this god will turn their bones to dust. The demon god who'd suffered at the hands of the Phoenix god and heretic god snorted. "Let's go. We're entering the Death Graveyard." Chapter 2040. It should be right this time. Mulinger quickly deduced for 2 hours before her ashen eyes returned to normal. She brought Yi Qinfeng with her as they flew towards the southwest wind. As they flew, a series of strange voices rang out and entered their ears. After passing through the slowly drifting black fog, Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuyo discovered a milky white spiritual pond in front of them. In the middle of the spiritual pond, there was a half-meter tall spiritual plant with milky white leaves drooping down. There were 3 white fruits on the spiritual plant. "What kind of fruit is this?" Smelling the fragrant aroma and looking at the winding patterns on the surface of the 3 spirit fruits, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt that these 3 white fruits were very valuable. "Big brother Yi, don't get close to the 3 spirit fruits for now." Mulinger suddenly grabbed Yi Qinfeng's hand and shook her head. "These 3 spirit fruits and the plant don't seem real. If you get close, you'll be in danger." "Not real." Yi Qinfeng creased his brows as he controlled the god-devouring brain to quickly deduce. After half a stick of incense's worth of time, he began to feel suspicious as well. Formidable, this spirit plant contains illusory rules that exceed the god-devouring brain senses. Yi Qinfeng never expected the spirit plants in the Death Graveyard to be so strange and powerful that they could hide from the god-devouring brain. Divine art mirror image. Although Yi Qinfeng discovered that the spirit plant in front of him had disguised its form and might possess extremely strong offensive capabilities, Yi Qinfeng still decided to forcefully pluck it away. With a thought, 3 mirror image clones appeared and approached the spirit plant growing above the spirit pool. Screech, screech, screech. As the 3 mirror images approached, an ear-piercing ghost cry suddenly rang out from this seemingly harmless spirit plant. The 3 milky white spirit fruits suddenly turned into 3 ferocious ghost heads, opened their bloody mouths, and bit at the 3 mirror images. The 3 spirit fruits' attack was too sudden and fast. In the blink of an eye, they bit into the 3 mirror images that were comparable to half-step void spirit cultivators and crushed them to pieces. The way of equipment manipulation. The instant the 3 mirror images shattered, Yi Qinfeng instantly used the Tao of weapon control, activating the 2 void god sword divine marks floating above his head. The 2 void god swords were unrivaled as they slashed towards the strange spiritual plant. Ka. Under the most powerful attack of the 2 divine void swords, the incomparably tough space cracked open. The terrifying sword power viciously chopped down on this spirit plant, shattering it. Screech, screech, screech. The spirit plant shattered, and a series of bone-chilling cries of ghosts rang out. A large number of ferocious ghosts drilled out of the shattered spirit plant and attacked Yi Qinfeng and his companion. God-devouring brain, devour! At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng shielded Mu Linger behind him and summoned the powerful God-Eater brain. He had it turn into a spatial black hole that swallowed up the terrifying ghosts one by one. Soon, the ghost that came out of the spirit plant was devoured by the God-Eater brain, and the chaotic space returned to normal. A dark green bead floated in the spot where the spirit plant had been. What dense amounts of God energy! Sensing that the dark green bead contained more God energy than the God-Eater demon core, Yi Qinfeng immediately used multiple seals to seal it up and store it in the cosmos realm. After killing the strange spirit plant, Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger continued to fly deeper into the graveyard of death. Although they didn't turn back this time, their lives were still in danger. Big Brother Yi, did you feel it? The entire space is shaking again. Mu Linger suddenly stopped flying and looked towards the space they were heading towards, a little uneasy. I felt it. Yi Qinfeng nodded, revealing a serious expression. Just as the two of them were carefully advancing, they suddenly discovered that the space before them had turned pitch black. The entire space was shaking more and more as a storm of death engulfed the space like a roaring wave. Ling, hurry and hide in the cosmos realm. Seeing the approaching storm of death, Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger didn't dare to hide blindly. If they ran, they might get lost in the graveyard of death. So all they could do was defend with all their might. No, I'm not going to the cosmos realm. I want to stay here, Mu Linger said firmly. Mu Linger shook her head and said firmly, the appearance of this death tempest is very likely to tear apart the rules of space and give us a chance to leave. Fine, then I'll protect you. So speaking, Yi Qinfeng summoned the last outer realm divine stone and stabbed it into the ground. Then he forcibly awakened the Phoenix God, Wentian God, Shin Daoshu and Shin Yugu from their cultivation so they could come out and help. Everyone, help me resist this storm of death. Yi Qinfeng took out 5 God-Eater insect cores and gave them to the Phoenix God and the others. He took one himself and placed it behind the outer realm divine stone, protecting Mu Linger in the middle of the group. Rumble, rumble. An unimaginable force slammed into the extraterritorial divine stone. This force was so great that Yi Qinfeng and the others felt it was quite strenuous. They continuously increased their strength to withstand the trembling extraterritorial divine stone. What kind of wind is this? How can it be so terrifying? Although the outer realm divine stone was huge, many of the black winds still blew in and easily tore through the group's defenses. Their bodies were torn apart and dripping with blood. While everyone was using the outer realm divine stones to do their best to fend off the black winds of death, Mu Linger cleared away all distracting thoughts and formed complicated hand seals that melded into the chaotic space around her. She sensed the changes in the space around her and probed its rules. 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, Yi Qinfeng's group of 5 grit their teeth and relied on their superhuman willpower to resist the onslaught of the outer realm divine stone and the black winds of death. Although Yi Qinfeng and the other 4 were powerful, they had spent a lot of energy resisting the black winds of death for more than 8 hours. Their bodies were constantly being torn apart by the terrifying black winds of death. Late void spirit realm breakthrough. Suddenly, the Phoenix God's body erupted with scorching divine flames that illuminated the pitch-black space and incinerated the black winds of death. The Phoenix God had used up a lot of energy to stimulate its potential. At the very last moment, it refined the divine Wudong Wood Heart, Phoenix Perch Flower, and the God-devouring demon pill that contained pure divine energy. It transformed its divine energy and broke through the bottleneck to late void spirit realm. With the Phoenix God's breakthrough, the pressure on Yi Qinfeng's group lessened, but the black winds of death seemed endless as they continued to wreak havoc in the space. After 2 days and 2 nights, the winds of death finally began to slow down and disappear. Huff, huff, we finally made it through. Yi Qinfeng exhaled as the winds of death vanished. He put away the damaged outer realm divine stone and spoke with lingering fear. Qingfeng, we've sensed an opportunity to break through. Let's go back to the cosmos realm and continue cultivating. Although everyone had used up a lot of energy, the heretic god, Void Spirit Realm, and Shen Yingo had completely refined the god-devouring demon pill and other energies. Their divine energy was constantly evolving and on the verge of a breakthrough. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and sent the trio back to the cosmos realm, where they took a god-devouring demon pill. Together with the Phoenix god, who was consolidating its cultivation, they stood on either side of Mu Linger, who was rapidly deducing the spatial laws. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god opened their eyes at the same time to look towards the depths of the graveyard of death. Chapter 2041. Linger, Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven have appeared. We have to leave this place as soon as possible, or else we'll be in trouble. Although the Phoenix god had broken through to the late Void Spirit Realm, there was still an insurmountable gap between her and the Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. Moreover, the two of them had appeared together, but Mu Linger was currently in a mystical trance. No matter how Yi Qinfeng called out to her, he couldn't wake her up. I've finally found you. A low voice called out from the distance. Although the voice wasn't loud, it made Yi Qinfeng's soul tremble. In the next instant, 2 imposing figures appeared before Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god. Seeing Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven standing in the air in silence, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god suddenly felt like they couldn't breathe. Every strand of aura from their bodies seemed capable of crushing mountains. Boundless, unparalleled auras filled the air and made Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god feel like they were worshipping them. Phoenix, this god will give you one more chance. If you're willing to submit to this god can make the decision to spare your life. Supreme God Heaven, the so-called #1 expert of the Void God realm, looked at the Phoenix god with a dignified gaze as he spoke. Humph, even if this god dies, I won't submit to you 2 wolves. The Phoenix god gave a cold snort and said stubbornly, Wolf, Phoenix, haven't you seen through it yet? Supreme God Heaven shook his head. There's no good or bad in this world. Everything we do is for the sake of one goal, and that's to become gods. As long as this god becomes the true ruler, who cares about the process? Supreme Emperor Heaven, if Supreme God Heaven becomes the last god, will you be satisfied? Yi Qinfeng asked intentionally to confirm his suspicions. Human brat, don't try to test us. Supreme Emperor Heaven, dressed in dark, golden imperial robes, spoke up. Who becomes a god in the end isn't something a dead man like you should worry about. Do you really think you can kill me for sure? Although Yi Qinfeng knew that his chances of escaping from the Supreme Celestial and Supreme Celestial skies were slim, he still decided to take the risk. Ha ha ha, in front of this god, you think you still have a chance of surviving? Supreme Emperor Heaven laughed and said, However, I still have to thank you for giving us the primal chaos divine wood. After saying that, boundless divine power gushed out from Supreme Huangtian's body and turned into a dark golden hand. This palm sealed the entire space and suppressed Yi Qinfeng. No one can hurt Big Brother Yi. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to do everything in his power to escape, Mu Linger suddenly awoke from her strange trance. Following that, her hands rapidly moved as she communicated with the mysterious laws of the Cemetery of Death, enveloping Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god. Boom! As the dark golden palm descended, the entire space trembled violently. Several hundred meters of the ground was crushed by the Supreme Emperor Heaven's palm. They're gone. The Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven's expressions turned increasingly unsightly when they sensed Yi Qinfeng and the other two mysteriously vanishing the instant the dark, golden palm descended. They couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng's trio had the skills to escape right under their noses. It looks like we've underestimated them. If I'm not wrong, that white-robed girl should have grasped a portion of this cemetery's laws. Supreme Celestial's eyes were as deep as the ocean as he deduced the changes in his surroundings. But the laws of the cemetery of death were too strange. Even with their strength, they didn't dare to chase after Yi Qinfeng's trio. They could only let them escape. Huff, huff, that was close. Ling, it's all thanks to you guys. If not for you, we really would have been in danger. After escaping with his life, Yi Qinfeng exhaled in relief. He never expected the Supreme Celestial and Supreme Emperor Celestials to be so terrifyingly strong. In front of the two of them, he couldn't resist at all. Those two really are frightening, but I've already grasped the laws of this cemetery of death. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Mu Linger was a little fearful of the Supreme Emperor Celestial duo as well. She kept sensing the changes in the laws as she led Yi Qinfeng's group towards the end of the cemetery of death. Around a day later, Mu Linger used the spatial laws to bring Yi Qinfeng's group to the end of the cemetery of death. They discovered an enormous mausoleum at the exit. Qingfeng, should we enter the mausoleum to take a look? The Phoenix God glanced at the huge mausoleum in front of him and asked for Yi Qinfeng's opinion. Plenty of people should have come to this cemetery of death before. Let's not waste any more time. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. Big bro Qingfeng, I brought you guys to this exit before. So no one has entered this mausoleum before. Mu Linger suddenly shouted at Yi Qinfeng. What? Does this cemetery of death have plenty of exits? Yi Qinfeng asked in surprise. As far as I can tell, there should be 16 exits. Mu Linger nodded. In other words, the chances of Supreme God Celestial and Supreme Emperor Celestial finding us are slim to none. Yi Qinfeng never expected the cemetery of death to have so many exits. His heart rejoiced. The exit I brought you guys to is the most secluded one. I don't think those two will find us. Mu Linger nodded. Since that's the case, let's enter the mausoleum and see what treasures there are inside. Without the threat of Supreme God Celestial and Supreme Emperor Celestial, Yi Qinfeng decided to take the risk and enter the mausoleum to search for the fortune inside. Break for this god. The Phoenix God channeled his Phoenix celestial fire into his right fist and broke through the restrictions at the mausoleum's entrance. They walked into the eerie mausoleum, filled with the thick aura of death. Whose mausoleum is this? Looking at the walls on both sides of the mausoleum, Yi Qinfeng discovered that they were carved with many ancient markings. These markings were incomparably profound and contained the concept of the great Tao. Soon enough, Yi Qinfeng's trio reached the deepest parts of the mausoleum, where they were blocked by a giant stone door. Open! Yi Qinfeng's arms exploded with nearly 5 trillion gene of strength as he pushed open the heavy stone door and walked into an ancient Yin hall. When Yi Qinfeng held the moonlight stone in his hand and illuminated the entire Yin temple, he discovered that in the center of the Yin temple that was supported by coiling dragon pillars, there was an incomparably huge 3-zhang-tall stone coffin, and around the stone coffin were many thousand-legged centipedes. However, these centipedes were different from the outside world. Their bodies flowed with divine energy, and their attacks were frightening enough to threaten even the most void spirit realm experts. All of you stand back. Leave these centipedes to me. The Phoenix God instructed as the scorching phoenix, celestial fire emerged from her body. She charged at the ferocious centipedes and engaged them in an intense battle. Although the Phoenix God was affected by the space rules of the Chaos Tomb and couldn't unleash her full combat strength, she had broken through to the later stages of the Void Spirit Realm and her combat strength had increased by nearly 100-fold. Under her ferocious attacks, the ferocious centipedes were torn apart and melted, leaving behind demonic pills that contained divine energy. However, the divine energy in these demonic pills was far from the god devour demonic pills. Yi Qinfeng didn't want them and allowed the Phoenix God to devour them all. In about half an hour, the Phoenix God killed more than 30 ferocious centipedes in the Inn Hall and devoured their demonic pills. Chapter 2042. Awoo! The lid of the coffin opened, and savage roars came from within. Large amounts of black light drilled out of the coffin and dyed the entire space black. In the next moment, a man over 10 feet tall, dressed in black armor, holding an ancient bronze sword and with a black gold chain wrapped around his arm, sat up from the stone coffin. He stared at Yi Qinfeng and the others with a pair of eyes that emitted black light. Zombie King, Ba. When Yi Qinfeng saw the man radiating the aura of death, he immediately recognized him as the Zombie King Ba. However, the Ba in front of Yi Qinfeng was much stronger than the Ba that Yi Qinfeng had seen before. This Ba might have been refined from the corpse of a faux god with horrifying strength. Leave it to me. I'll deal with him. Seeing Ba's overwhelming aura of death, the Phoenix God immediately transformed into her strongest combat form. Burning with Phoenix divine fire, she launched a ferocious attack at him. Awoo! As the Phoenix God attacked, Ba let out a furious roar. He swung his ancient bronze sword, stirring up rule power as he slashed at the Phoenix God, tearing apart the Phoenix divine flames. Demonic Emperor Divine Bell. The Phoenix God immediately spat out the Demon Emperor's divine bell to meet the oncoming ancient bronze sword. Buzz! As the two divine weapons clashed, the sound of space shattering rang out in the Yin Temple. Large amounts of energy rippled in the air, forming dense ripples. What a tough spatial wall! How terrifying was the destructive power of the two divine weapons! However, they were unable to tear apart the space of the underworld palace. This made Yi Qinfeng shocked at the level of the desolate tomb space. Blood! I want to drink blood! Ba ignored the dense spatial ripples and let out a vicious cry. He continued to attack the Phoenix God with his ancient bronze sword, wanting to quickly kill her and drink her blood. Divine Phoenix Shadow. As Ba's murderous aura surged, the Phoenix God immediately manifested numerous divine phantoms that descended from the sky and launched a series of ferocious attacks at Ba. Ka! 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 Facing the attacks of the divine Phoenix phantoms, Ba suddenly took a step forward, sending out ripples of energy to meet them, tearing apart the divine Phoenix phantoms, descending from the sky and forcing the divine Phoenix phantoms to retreat. Ling, can you see through this, Ba? Yi Qinfeng never expected the Ba to be so valiant as to break through the Phoenix God's attacks one after another. This Ba came from another cosmos. When he was alive, his strength was on par with the Phoenix Gods, comparable to your universe, void god, late-stage powerhouses. Since he was sealed here, he's long familiarized himself with the rules here. He can borrow the power of the rules to attack, which is why the Phoenix God is restrained in every way. Mu Linger, whose eyes had turned ashen white, murmured. Then Ling, are you able to discover his weakness? Yi Qinfeng frowned and continued to ask. Not yet, but he definitely has a weak point. Mu Linger shook her head. As she spoke, the Phoenix God was struck by Ba's powerful spatial rule power. She was sent flying and slammed into a stone pillar. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Phoenix God, I'll help you. Yi Qinfeng saw that the Phoenix God was injured and immediately summoned his two great void god swords. He stepped forward and attacked the Ba, wrapped in death chi. Myriad deity tribulation. Yi Qinfeng instantly combined his 3 trump cards and raised his strength to the peak of mid-level void god. With the 2 great void god swords in hand, he unleashed an unparalleled attack that could destroy gods as he attacked Ba. Just as the myriad deity tribulation was about to hit Ba, the space in front of him suddenly began to ripple. The incomparably sturdy spatial walls weakened the myriad deity tribulation's attack until they finally broke apart. Demon Emperor Divine Bell, destroy! The Phoenix God suppressed her injuries and spat out multiple mouthfuls of essence blood into the bell, activating its attack power. Like a lofty mountain, it slammed into Ba. But Ba was too terrifying with his ability to control spatial rule power. Borrowing the power of the rules, he blocked the Demon Emperor Divine Bell and sent it flying with a single slash. Despite their repeated attacks, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God didn't give up and kept attacking together. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop Ba's attacks. Instead, they were injured by Ba's spatial rule power. Linger, you haven't found Ba's weakness yet, right? As his injuries continued to worsen, Yi Qinfeng looked at the ashen-eyed Mu Linger and transmitted his question. Not yet. Mu Linger shook her head. This Ba's strength is too terrifying. It's not easy to find his weakness. Big Bro Yi, can you guys do your best to break through his defenses? That way, it'll be easier for me to find him. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and quickly communicated with the Phoenix God via voice transmission. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God simultaneously unleashed a powerful domain power that enveloped Ba, using the domain power to forcefully suppress his body. While Ba's terrifying battle strength tore through the two domains with his bronze sword, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God closed in on him and launched fatal attacks. Nirvana Energy. The Phoenix God burned his blood essence to activate his strongest Nirvana Energy to attack Ba. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng used his 3 supreme combat arts to attack Ba at the same time. Boom boom! Although Ba had mobilized the power of space to defend himself, the power of this attack was too terrifying. Layers upon layers of space were penetrated by the power of nirvanic rebirth and the 3 supreme divine abilities. The terrifying attack ruthlessly slammed into Ba's body, shattering his defense and sending him flying. After successfully injuring Ba, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God pressed on with their attacks, unleashing a barrage of terrifying attacks to give Ba a chance for Mu Linger to find his fatal weakness. Under Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God's relentless attacks, Ba's defenses were shattered again and again. His battle armor was covered in cracks as well. Still, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God were injured by Ba's ferocious counterattacks, as well, their injuries worsening. I found it. The Ba's weak point is its lower abdomen. If we can pierce through it, we can destroy all of the death energy in its body. Mu Linger had finally discovered the Ba's weak point and transmitted to Yi Qinfeng and Long Fei. All right. Now that he knew Ba's weakness, Yi Qinfeng didn't hesitate to summon the evil-shattering 1,000 streams and divine spirit pagoda to suppress Ba and restrict his movements. At this moment, the divine Phoenix God also merged with the Demon Emperor's divine bell, bringing with it a boundless suppressive force as it smashed towards Ba. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the combined might of the Phoenix God and the 2 supreme weapons, Ba's movements were greatly affected. Seizing this rare opportunity, Yi Qinfeng executed the way of controlling equipment. He activated the strongest attack of the 2 foe god swords and threw them with all his might, piercing towards the Ba's abdomen. Swish, swish. Struck by the 2 void spirit swords, Ba's stomach was pierced through. As Mu Linger said, all of the death energy in its body crumbled away. Demon Emperor's divine bell, destroy. Chapter 2043. What's this? After killing the late-stage Nihility god Ba, a dark golden key with ancient runes carved on it appeared from his shattered body. This should be the key to opening the space within the primitive, desolate tomb. Mu Linger stepped lightly into the air as she slowly walked over. She took the key from Yi Qinfeng's hands and examined it carefully. In other words, with this key, we can enter the space within the primitive, desolate tomb. Yi Qinfeng exclaimed in delight. It's hard to say. Mu Linger shook her head. But if we want to take the initiative, we might need to find a few more keys. If each key only allows one person in, it'll be troublesome. Find a few more keys. Yi Qin-feng knitted his brows. Supreme God Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven were in the cemetery of death and could run into them at any time. It was too risky to search for the keys now, but Yi Qin-feng was determined to get his hands on the primitive, desolate tomb's legacy. After some hesitation, Yi Qin-feng summoned Xin Daoxiu and gave him a teleportation talisman so he could wait in the tomb. If Yi Qin-feng's group was unlucky enough to run into Supreme Emperor Heaven or Supreme God Heaven, they could use Tai's teleportation talisman to escape without a trace. Linger, take us to the second tomb. After leaving the teleportation talisman with Shen Daoxiu, Yi Qin-feng put away the bronze sword and black gold chains that were as hard as void spirit weapons. Then he followed Yi Qin-feng out of the tomb and towards the next one. The graveyard of death was enormous. Even though Mu Linger had grasped the spatial laws of the graveyard and guided them through a safe path, it still took Yi Qin-feng's group 5 days to reach the other exit of the mausoleum and find a second giant tomb. While searching for the tomb, the heretic god finally took the final step and broke through to the late stage of the void spirit realm. His battle strength increased by nearly 100 times. The fiend god's breakthrough had greatly increased the strength of Yi Qin-feng and the others, but they still couldn't eliminate the threat of the Supreme Divine Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven. If they encountered the two of them, Yi Qin-feng and the others would face a life and death crisis. Come, let's go in. When Yi Qin-feng discovered that the entrance to the mausoleum was untouched, he immediately broke through the restrictions and entered with the Phoenix God, Mu Linger, and the heretic god. The rule power in this mausoleum is so familiar. Inside the mausoleum, Mu Linger's eyes lit up. These seem to be the rules of our universe. Perhaps the person buried in this tomb is a big shot from our universe. Come, let's go in and take a look. If the big shot buried here really came from my universe, maybe I can easily find the fatal part of him. Weakness. So speaking, Yi Qin-feng's group quickened their steps to follow behind Mu Linger as they followed a stone corridor into the depths of the mausoleum. As they ventured deeper into the mausoleum, Yi Qin-feng and the others were attacked by many strange insects that contained divine power. However, with the Phoenix God and the evil god's breakthrough, these strange insects were no longer a threat to them and were easily killed. About 2 hours later, Yi Qin-feng's group reached the deepest parts of the mausoleum and saw 2 stone doors that were dozens of zhang tall. Their surfaces were carved with ancient Tao markings and totems. That's right, the Tao markings on these doors come from our universe. Mu Linger lightly stepped forward and stroked the markings. She exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Break!" Mu Linger quickly formed a series of complicated hand seals that sent rays of profound light into the doors, easily breaking open their seals. Next, Yi Qin-feng's arms exploded with 100 million caddies of strength to push open the heavy doors of the Yin Hall and enter the depths of the mausoleum filled with dense Yin Qi. In the center of the mausoleum was a sarcophagus carved with fiend totems. These diagrams, could it be that the one sealed inside the sarcophagus is a fiend? Seeing the fiend totems carved into the stone pillars and the surface of the sarcophagus, Mu Linger could guess who was sealed inside. Fiend. Linger, how strong is this fiend? Yi Qin-feng had heard of the famous fiend before, but he'd never seen one before, so he didn't know much about them. The fiend clan is rare even in our universe. Every single one of them is a valiant warrior who excels in battle. Their battle prowess far surpasses that of our elf clan. Moreover, the fiend clan's physical bodies are extremely strong, comparable to the strongest gods and devils of your world. Normal void god weapons can't even destroy them. Even void god weapons can't destroy them. Then does the fiend race have any weaknesses? Yi Qin-feng glared as he asked. I don't know. I don't know much about the fiend race either. As far as I know, the only way to kill one is to shatter their physical body. Mu Linger shook her head. No matter what, we have to get the key to the fiend guard. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and slowly walked to the side of the stone coffin. Wielding the divine sword devourer, he forcefully broke the seal on the stone coffin. Crack, crack, crack. As the seal broke, a terrifying evil energy emanated from the sarcophagus, causing cracks to appear on its sturdy surface. Boom! The sarcophagus shattered to reveal a 2-zhang tall fiend with crimson skin and steel-like muscles. It had a pair of fiend horns on its head and a pair of blood-red wings on its back. Its form resembled the fiend gods as it appeared before Yi Qinfeng's group. A late void god fiend. Although fiends didn't belong to this universe, Yi Qinfeng could still sense from its aura that its strength was equivalent to late void god. It was even stronger than the phoenix god and the fiend god that had just broken through. But unlike the Ba that Yi Qinfeng's group had killed, Yi Qinfeng could sense a powerful life force within the fiend's body. In other words, this fiend was alive and much harder to deal with than the Ba. Elf, you have the blood of the elf race flowing through your veins. The fiend glared at Mu Linger with its blood-red eyes as it spoke savagely. That's right, Mu Linger nodded. I want to drink your blood. Offer it to me. The elves and fiends were mortal enemies. After confirming that Mu Linger had elf blood flowing through her veins, the fiend opened its gaping maw and flapped its blood-red wings to attack her. 100 evil weapons slash. As the fiend turned into a streak of blood-red light, the fiend god immediately stepped in front of Mu Linger. Wielding the 100 evil weapons, it slashed at the fiend to force it back. Fiend Trident. Suddenly, a blood-red, trident covered in ancient patterns flew out of the fiend's mouth. Under its control, it grew larger and larger before flying towards the 100 evil weapons. Boom! The 2 weapons collided with a deafening sound that made Mu Linger's soul tremble in discomfort. Meanwhile, the fiend god was forced back again and again by the fiend's attack. Linger, hurry and hide far away. Leave this fiend to us. Yi Qinfeng never expected the fiend to be so formidable. He immediately summoned the divine Spirit Pagoda and Evil Slaughter 1,000 streams to protect Mu Linger. She hid as far away from the Yin Hall as possible, so she wouldn't be hurt by the shock waves. Once Mu Linger was far away, the Phoenix God transformed into its strongest battle form and attacked the fiend with the Demon Emperor's divine bell. Boom! While the fiend and fiend god were fighting, the Phoenix God used the bell to slam into the fiend's scarlet body. But the fiend's body only trembled under the attack. It wasn't hurt at all, allowing Yi Qinfeng's group to sense the terror of the fiend's body. Primordial bloodline ignition. God Spirit Heart. Primal Chaos Dharma Idol fusion. After witnessing the fiend's terror, Yi Qinfeng immediately combined his 3 trump cards and raised his strength to the peak of mid-level Void Spirit Realm. Wielding his 2 Void Spirit Swords, he slashed at the fiend. Faced with Yi Qinfeng's group's attacks, the fiend didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, it fought fiercely and continuously destroyed their attacks. Just as Yi Qinfeng's group was about to unleash all their attacks, the fiend's soul sea suddenly shone with rays of soul light. A scarlet sword soul flew out of his sea of soul and intertwined with a boundless sword on to slash at Yi Qinfeng's group. A scarlet sword soul. Chapter 2044. Phoenix God, Demon God. I'll leave the 3 of you to deal with the Crimson Sword Soul. The Crimson Sword Soul was a huge threat. Yi Qinfeng urged and activated his sword domain, forcefully blocking the Crimson Sword Soul's attacks. Wielding the 2 Void God swords, he attacked the Crimson Sword Soul with all his might. As Yi Qinfeng attacked, the highly intelligent Crimson Sword Soul immediately interweaved with thousands of sword shadows. Like a waterfall falling from the heavens, the Crimson Sword Soul shattered the sword domain and clashed fiercely with Yi Qinfeng. So strong, this Crimson Sword Soul is comparable to a Void God artifact. Yi Qinfeng did not expect the demon to cultivate his sword soul to such an extent. Its power was almost at the level of the divine sword swallowing the heavens. However, this also strengthened his resolve to suppress the scarlet sword soul and refine it into an ancestral sword soul. 2 primitive Tao embryos come out. The primitive Tao embryos were formed from divine stones, thus they were not affected by the desolate tomb's rules. The moment they appeared, they immediately attacked the crimson sword soul with all their might. Mirror image doppelganger. When the 2 primitive Tao embryos attacked, Yi Qinfeng summoned 3 mirror image doppelgangers to attack the crimson sword soul. In an instant, the crimson sword soul's attacks were suppressed. Waves after waves of destructive attacks landed on the crimson sword soul, aggravating its injuries. Yi Qinfeng continued to inflict heavy damage on the crimson sword soul. Phoenix God and Demon God fought, but they could not suppress the demon. Facing the demon with an invincible physique and defense, the Phoenix God and Demon God unleashed all of their attacks, but they could not injure the demon's body at all. Even the Phoenix God fire that could incinerate everything could not harm the demon's body. Is this the strongest physique in the other universe? Isn't this too terrifying? The more the Phoenix God and Demon God fought, the more shocked they became. They felt that the demon's physique was comparable to a void god artifact, and it was almost impossible to shatter it. Demon domain. Enduring the Phoenix God and Demon God's ferocious attacks, the demon suddenly opened up a powerful demon domain, trapping the Phoenix God and Demon God inside. The moment the demon was trapped, the Phoenix God and Demon God simultaneously opened up a powerful domain, wanting to tear the demon's domain apart. However, the power of the demonic domain was beyond their imagination. Their domains were unable to tear the demonic domain apart. While the Phoenix God and Evil God were trying their best to break through the devil's domain, the devil suddenly appeared with the devil's trident in his hand. It pierced through layers of space and stabbed at the Phoenix God. Although the Phoenix God had broken through to the late stage of the Nihility God realm, the devil's trident was comparable to a Nihility God artifact. The power of the trident was beyond what the Phoenix God realm could withstand. It was enough to destroy her body. Be careful! At the critical moment, the Evil God stood in front of the Phoenix God and used his immortal body to block the attack of the devil's trident. Boom! The Evil God's strong body immediately exploded after receiving the destructive blow from the devil's trident. However, the instant the Evil God's body exploded, he fused a large amount of his lifeblood into the 100 evil weapons, activating the divine runes in the weapons and slashing apart the evil domain, forcing the ferocious evil devils to retreat. Immortal bloodline repair. When the 100 evil soldiers defeated the demons, the Evil God activated his immortal bloodline and quickly repaired his body. He summoned the 100 evil soldiers back and continued to attack the demons fiercely. Sword domain trap. When Yi Qinfeng saw that the Evil God and Phoenix God were unable to suppress the demons, he increased the power of his sword domain to suppress the Crimson Sword Soul. He wanted to end the battle quickly and help the Phoenix God and Phoenix God fend off the demons. Crimson Sword Soul return! The demons sensed that the Crimson Sword Soul's injuries were worsening under Yi Qinfeng's and primitive Tao embryo's ferocious attacks. They wanted to summon the Crimson Sword Soul back. Sensing the demon's summons, the Crimson Sword Soul wanted to fly back. Can you fly back? Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The 9 nether emerged from his body and swallowed the Crimson Sword Soul under his control. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng brought the 2 primitive Tao embryos into the 9 nether and used the 9 nether's energy to attack the Crimson Sword Soul. The 9 nether was a top-grade ancestral artifact, and the Crimson Sword Soul's strength was comparable to a void god artifact. Swallowing the Crimson Sword Soul would put the 9 nether in great danger. However, Yi Qinfeng couldn't care less at this moment. Under the suppression of the 9 nether's energy, the Crimson Sword Soul went berserk. Tens of thousands of rays of sword light interweaved and interweaved with each other. The rays of sword light were like the Milky Way flowing in reverse, destroying the Nine Nether space. Seizing the opportunity when the Crimson Sword Soul was attacking the Nine Nether, Yi Qinfeng and the two primitive Tao embryos launched ferocious attacks on the Crimson Sword Soul. Roughly an incense stick's worth of time later, under Yi Qinfeng and the two primitive Tao embryos' relentless attacks, the Crimson Sword Soul finally crumbled. Subsequently, Yi Qinfeng pushed his sword domain to the limit and forcefully suppressed the Crimson Sword Soul that was trying to reconstruct its soul. He summoned the ancestral Sword Soul and had it devour the Crimson Sword Soul. The Crimson Sword Soul resisted fiercely, but its soul was already destroyed and it was suppressed by the sword domain. It couldn't resist the ancestral Sword Soul's devouring. Very soon, the Crimson Sword Soul was devoured by the ancestral Sword Soul and returned to Yi Qinfeng's soul, to refine it. Once the ancestral Sword Soul finished refining the Crimson Sword Soul, it was very likely to evolve into a Void God Sword Soul. After devouring the Crimson Sword Soul, Yi Qinfeng immediately left the battered and damaged Nine Nether to help the battered Phoenix God and Wraith God fend off the Fiend. Ling, have you discovered the Fiend's weakness? Yi Qinfeng discovered that the Phoenix God and Wraith God were both heavily injured, while the Fiend with an invincible body was only lightly injured. Feeling troubled, he transmitted to the distant Mu Linger. No, I feel like this Fiend has no weakness. Mu Linger nodded. No weakness. Yi Qinfeng knitted his brows. If the Fiend had no weakness, then it would be too difficult for the three of them to destroy its body. That's not right. If the Fiend's body has no weakness, then it's very likely its soul is its weakness. Suddenly, Yi Qinfeng had a flash of inspiration as he guessed the Fiend's weakness. To prove his guess, Yi Qinfeng had the Phoenix God and Wraith God attack the Fiend's head together. As Yi Qinfeng predicted, the Fiend immediately used its trident to defend against Yi Qinfeng's trio's combined attacks. It didn't give the three great Void God weapons a chance to hit its head. As expected, the head is the Fiend's weakness. With this discovery, Yi Qinfeng's trio used their Void God weapons to attack the Fiend's head in succession. Because it was worried about getting hit in the head, the Fiend had to divert its attention to defend itself, greatly affecting its combat strength. Slowly, the evil demon's attacks were suppressed by Yi Qinfeng and the other two. The evil demon flapped his wings violently, creating tornadoes. However, the evil demon's wings were now riddled with cracks. Blood flowed out of them, slowing down his movement speed. As its injuries worsened, the Fiend went berserk and attacked with all its might with its trident. Its terrifying attacks were like towering mountains crashing down on Yi Qinfeng's group. But for the sake of killing the Fiend, Yi Qinfeng's group grit their teeth and didn't retreat. They used all their skills to fight the Fiend in a bloody battle. Time turned into minutes and seconds. Soon enough, a day had passed. Chapter 2045. Die. The evil demon roared. The evil demon's trident carried an indomitable killing intent as it pierced into Yi Qinfeng's body. Bang! Yi Qinfeng's sword domain was instantly shattered. The terrifying evil demon's trident shone with the light of death as it directly pierced through Yi Qinfeng's physical body. The moment Yi Qinfeng's physical body exploded, the evil god and the Phoenix god both released their invincible attacks. With great coordination, they attacked the evil demon's eyes and pierced them. Roar! 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 After his eyes were attacked, the evil demon let out a painful howl. Large amounts of blood flowed out uncontrollably. Undying divine ability. When the evil demon's eyes were injured, Yi Qinfeng, who was pierced by the evil demon's trident, suddenly used the undying divine ability to rapidly repair his body. In the next moment, he infused a large amount of his blood into the two Void God swords and used the artifact controlling Tao to control the two Void God swords to slash at the evil demon's head. With his eyes injured, the evil demon's reaction speed was greatly reduced. When he sensed danger and instinctively dodged, the two Void God swords that were infused with the temporal law slashed at his head. Kacha! The evil demon's physical body was almost invincible, but his head was indeed his weak point. After receiving the attack from the two Void God swords, his head immediately cracked open. His soul was also injured by the two Void God swords. Soul devours child brain. After the evil demons had exploded, Yi Qinfeng immediately summoned the last soul devours child brain and threw it at the evil demon's head. He had it corrode the evil demon's soul sea and devour his soul. Although Yi Qinfeng knew that this child brain wasn't enough to control the evil demon, the child brain's attack could greatly weaken the evil demon's combat strength and create the best opportunity for him to kill him. Let's attack! After using the undying divine ability to repair his exploded body, Yi Qinfeng, the Phoenix God, and the evil god continued to attack the evil demon. After being corroded by the soul devourer's child brain, the evil demon had to divert a large amount of energy to attack the child brain. This caused his combat strength to decrease drastically. He was completely suppressed by Yi Qinfeng's group. Demonic Domain Destroy! Unable to withstand the ferocious attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the others, the wound on its head became increasingly severe. The frenzied demon exploded a large amount of its origin blood, raising the might of its demon domain to the limit. It used all of its strength to withstand the tidal wave of attacks from Yi Qinfeng and the others. When the demon activated its devil domain, Yi Qinfeng and the other two simultaneously activated their domains and slammed into the demon. Boom, boom, boom. When the four domains collided, the domains of Yi Qinfeng and the other two exploded at the same time. The resulting explosion caused a large number of cracks to appear on the demonic domain, causing it to shatter into pieces. 100 evil weapons slash. The evil devil domain shattered, and the evil god didn't care about the domain's backlash. He kept spitting blood into the 100 evil weapon, activating the divine runes on the weapon. The divine runes on the 100 evil weapon turned into an invincible divine weapon that ruthlessly slashed at the shattered evil devil domain. It broke the evil devil domain in one fell swoop and slashed at the howling evil devil. Dong dong dong. After receiving the fatal blow from the 100 evil weapons, the evil demon's huge body kept retreating. A deep, bloody gash ran through his body, forcing him to retreat again and again. Nirvana energy. The demon was forced back by the evil god. The Phoenix god immediately activated its strongest nirvana power and attacked the demon. It continued to attack his head. As long as it shattered his head and crushed his soul, it would be able to kill him. The battle grew more and more intense. Yi Qinfeng and the other two constantly stimulated their own potential to unleash heaven-shaking killing moves. They kept attacking the evil demon, whose soul was being nibbled away and who was howling in agony. They cracked his incomparably hard head and destroyed him one step further. Big brother, you guys be careful. Suddenly, Mu Linger's expression shifted from her hiding spot as she shouted at Yi Qinfeng and the other two. As soon as Mu Linger spoke, the evil demon's bloodline power erupted from its body like an erupting volcano. It shot towards Yi Qinfeng and the other two at close range. Although Yi Qinfeng and the other two heard Mu Linger's warning and dodged in time, the evil demon's bloodline power was too terrifying. Its area of effect was too wide, making it impossible to dodge. In this critical moment, the evil god used its own body to shield Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god from the front, blocking the bloodline attack that was enough to kill a late-stage void spirit realm cultivator. Bang! The evil god's body exploded once again. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix god who were hiding behind the evil god to defend themselves with all their might managed to avoid disaster. After using the bloodline attack, the evil demon's body weakened and its battle prowess plummeted again. Kill! As the evil god activated its undying bloodline to forcibly repair its body, Yi Qin-feng and the Phoenix god kept unleashing heaven-shaking killing moves to attack the weakened evil demon. Black gold chains bind. As the evil demon retreated in defeat, Yi Qin-feng summoned the black gold chains he'd obtained from killing Ba and used them to bind the evil demon. The evil demon's injuries were too severe. Its blood-red wings had almost been cut off, so it couldn't dodge the chains at all. Its body was bound in place. Ah! As its body was bound, the evil demon let out a furious roar. It struggled with all its might, trying to tear the black gold chains apart. However, its injuries were too severe and its bloodline power was severely depleted. It couldn't break the black gold chains at all. Seizing the opportunity when the evil demon was attacking the black gold chains, Yi Qin-feng and the Phoenix god attacked its shattered head with all their might. In the end, the evil demon's tough head exploded. Bang! The demon's head exploded. His soul, along with the soul devourer's brain, was crushed by Yi Qin-feng and the Phoenix god's killing moves at the same time. His strong body fell heavily into a pool of blood, and the life in his body rapidly disappeared. Huff! Huff! We finally killed it. Although they had wasted the Soul Eater's brain after killing the evil demon, it was all worth it. Not only did Yi Qin-feng find the second key on the evil demon's body, but he also obtained the Void God Weapon Devil's Fork and gave it to Shen Henggu. Senior Torch Dragon, I'll give this evil demon's body to you. After refining its body, you should have a chance to step into the Void God realm. Yi Qin-feng kept the evil demon's body in the universe realm and gave it to Torch Dragon, who had cultivated to the level 5 Dao Ancestor realm. In the battle with the evil demon, Yi Qin-feng, the demon god, and the Phoenix god were all severely injured, especially the demon god, whose body was destroyed by the evil demon again and again. He had severely overdrawn his undying bloodline and needed to recuperate for a period of time. Yi Qin-feng also intended to speed up the fusion of the Red Sword Soul and the Ancestral Sword Soul. He decided to cultivate in the universe realm for a few days with a 50-fold time flow. Time passed day by day. 3 days in the outside world was 150 days in the universe realm. In these 150 days, the Ancestral Sword Soul and the Red Sword Soul successfully fused together and completed a qualitative transformation. A red light appeared on the surface of the new Sword Soul. The power of the Sword Soul also broke through the limit of the Ancestral Weapon and reached the Void God Weapon level. Linger, take me to the 3rd Mausoleum. After recovering from his injuries, Yi Qin-feng left the universe realm on his own and followed Mu Linger out of the evil demon mausoleum for the 3rd Mausoleum. But this time they were unlucky. They found 2 mausoleums in a row, but both were opened by the ancients to find nothing inside. There were no coffins or keys. Just as they were carefully traversing through the death graveyard, they arrived at the 5th Mausoleum. In the 5th Mausoleum, they could feel the aura of 2 empty gods. One of them was a late empty god, realm demonic god. Chapter 2046. Shocking Heaven Devil God. There's another void spirit demon in the tomb. Yi Qin-feng released his powerful soul force into the tomb and sensed shocking heaven devil god's presence. Other than the heaven-shaking demonic god, he also sensed a mid-stage nihility god expert. Other than that, Yi Qin-feng didn't sense anyone else. As for the Supreme Divine Heaven and Supreme Emperor Heaven that he was worried about, they weren't in the tomb. Extraterritorial Divine Stone Seal. With a thought, Yi Qin-feng summoned the enormous extraterritorial Divine Stone to seal the entrance of the tomb. Then he entered the tomb with Mu Linger. At this moment, the demon god and the foe god of the demon race were fighting fiercely with a divine beast the size of a mountain. The divine beast had rough skin and thick flesh. Its 4 limbs were like pillars supporting the sky. It flapped its 4 wings and had 4 thick and long arms. Damn it! How can this chaos mythical beast's defenses be so strong? Even a void spirit weapon can't break through its defenses. Shocking Heaven Devil God, who was wielding his halberd, realized that his halberd couldn't cut through the chaos mythical beast's body at all. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. Meanwhile, the mid-stage Void Spirit Realm expert with the pseudo-Void Spirit weapon couldn't hurt the chaos mythical beast at all. He was hurt by the chaos roar, and his soul trembled in discomfort. Devil Domain, 10,000 Demon Wave. Shocking Heaven Devil God opened up his powerful Devil Domain and created a large number of demon shadows to attack the chaos mythical beast. The mid-stage Void Spirit Realm expert also created 9 killing halos and raised his attack power to the maximum. He held his pseudo-Void Spirit weapon and attacked with all his might. But a chaos mythical beast at the peak of its cultivation was too terrifying. Shocking Heaven Devil God and the mid-stage Void Spirit Realm expert couldn't hurt its body no matter how hard they tried. Since their attacks were ineffective, Shocking Heaven Devil God and the mid-stage Void Spirit Realm expert had no choice but to summon powerful trump cards to attack the chaos mythical beast. Shocking Heaven Devil God and the mid-stage Void Spirit Realm expert had powerful trump cards. Shocking Heaven Devil God even had 9 Demon God avatars. After summoning the 9 Demon God avatars, the chaos mythical beast's attacks were suppressed. The 9 Demon God avatars kept tearing at the chaos mythical beast's body and worsening its injuries. Roar. Primordial chaos, sky-breaking roar. The aggravation of its injuries had completely enraged the chaos divine beast. Its entire body suddenly swelled, and it opened its bloody mouth to let out a deafening roar. It was as if it wanted to shatter space, and it bombarded the bodies of the 9 demon gods who were charging at it with shocking demonic chi. Buzz! Demon God 9's avatar trembled as it endured the roar of the chaos divine beast. A large number of cracks spread across the surface of its body. Demon God 9 and the mid-level virtual God Almighty were shaken to the core by this roar. They were in great pain. Attack quickly. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The avatars of the 9 demon gods ignored the injuries on their bodies and continued to attack the chaos divine beasts with supreme demonic skills. The 2 demon gods also gritted their teeth and burned their powerful bloodline to increase their battle prowess and attack with all their might. While the 3 celestial fiend gods were fighting the chaos beast to the climax, Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger had retracted their auras and quietly crept closer. A chaos divine beast. This is the tomb of a chaos divine beast. Yi Qinfeng was surprised to see the scene inside the Yin Hall through the cracks in the stone door. He had unexpectedly encountered a full-grown chaos divine beast here. Yi Qinfeng didn't charge in blindly as he watched the fierce battle inside the Yin Hall. Instead, he lay in ambush outside the Yin Hall and waited for an opportunity to strike when both sides were injured. Time trickled by. Very soon, more than half a day had passed. Amidst the fierce battle, the chaos divine beast's injuries continued to worsen. Meanwhile, the avatars of the 9 demon gods were in tatters and could shatter at any moment. Demon God 9 and the mid-level virtual God Almighty were even more injured, especially the mid-level virtual God. His entire body was a bloody mess, and he was barely able to withstand the chaos divine beast's attacks. Chaos Mountain Body. The chaos divine beast's enormous body suddenly grew in size until it became a chaos divine beast. With a force of nearly 1 trillion gene, it charged at Demon God 9 and the others. Poof! Although the avatars of the 9 demon gods and Demon God 9 managed to withstand the Chaos Mountain Body's attack with their absolute strength, the mid-level Virtual God 9 could not withstand it. He was sent flying by the Chaos Mountain Body's explosive force, and his entire body was almost shattered. Mysterious Dark, leave this to us. Get out and heal yourself. Demon God 9 said through voice transmission as he sensed that the mid-level Virtual God 9's injuries were too severe and he could barely hold on any longer. All right, Supreme Elder. I'll be back in 2 hours. The mysterious, dark, demonic God 9 did not force himself. He immediately consumed 2 precious ancestral pills and flew out of the ean hall that was filled with cracks and could collapse at any time. The moment he flew out of the ean hall, his sharp senses sensed danger and his expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to retreat to the ean hall, Yi Qinfeng, who had been waiting for an opportunity, launched a fatal attack on him. Godless sword. Yi Qinfeng flew past with the 2 virtual god swords in his hands. He performed an invincible killing Dao and stabbed the mysterious, dark, demonic god like a dazzling stream of light. Faced with Yi Qinfeng's fatal attack, the mysterious, dark, demonic god tried his best to dodge it. However, his injuries were too severe and his body was almost destroyed by the Chaos Divine Beast. His movement speed was greatly affected and he could not dodge the godless sword at all. Swish! The 2 Nihility God swords pierced through his body, and the terrifying Nihility God force instantly poured into his body, piercing 2 bloody holes in his badly mutilated body. Virtual God Sword Soul, slash! Then the crimson Virtual God Sword Soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's spirit sea. It shone with Dao light and slashed the mysterious, dark, demonic God Sword Soul's head, crushing his soul and killing him. Who's that? Demon God 9's avatars, who were fighting the Chaos Divine Beast, sensed that the mysterious, dark, demonic God 9 was killed. He was shocked and immediately distracted. Chaotic hell-shaking break. While the 2 demon gods were distracted, the divine beast of chaos unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Billowing chaotic energy gushed out of its severely injured body and bombarded the 2 demon gods at close range. At this critical moment, the 9 avatars stood in front of Demon God 9 and blocked the chaotic hell-shaking break. Boom! Facing the attack of the primal chaos hell-shaker head-on, the bodies of the 9 fiend gods exploded, while the fiend god was also injured by the powerful counterforce. He crashed heavily into a thick stone pillar, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. The moment the 9 avatars' bodies exploded, they delivered the final blow to the Chaos Divine Beast. They tore apart the Chaos Divine Beast's mountain-like body and severely injured its soul. Demon God 9's huge body was sent flying. The huge impact caused the entire underworld hall to tremble violently. While Demon God 9 and the Chaos Divine Beast were severely injured, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Phoenix God and Demon God at the entrance of the underworld hall and blocked Demon God 9's escape route. Demon God 9, we meet again. I let you escape last time. This time, I will turn you into ashes. Chapter 2047. Why are you guys here? Looking at the sudden appearance of Yi Qinfeng, the Phoenix God, and the Evil God, frightening demonic God's heart sank. He did not expect to meet Yi Qinfeng and the others at this juncture. He was heavily injured and had lost his greatest reliance and many of his trump cards. The demonic God knew that he was no match for Yi Qinfeng and the others. Why are you scared? Phoenix God looked at him angrily and said, When you killed my Phoenix race, you should have known this day would come. Don't be so arrogant. Tai Shen leader and Tai Huang leader are nearby. Even if you kill me, you will not leave this place alive. Shocking Demon God knew he could not escape. He did not beg for mercy. He quickly swallowed a large amount of ancestor pills to suppress his injuries. Roar, 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 roar. While they were talking, the Chaos God beast that had been hit by the 9 Demon God avatars flew over. It roared angrily at Yi Qinfeng and the others. Chaos, come out now. Yi Qinfeng asked Shen Hinggu to give the original Heartstone to the Chaos God beast. He summoned it from the universe, mirror, to block the attack of the complete Chaos God beast. The 2 Chaos Gods stared at each other. They were both shocked. Chaos. There is chaos in this universe. When the divine beast of chaos saw Hundan, its round eyes revealed a trace of excitement. It had not expected to see its own clansman on its deathbed. Chaos was also excited. Since its parents had died, This was the first time it had seen a Chaos God beast. Phoenix God, Evil God, kills Shocking Demon God now. While the two Chaos God beasts were stunned, Yi Chen-feng and the other two attacked Shocking Demon God. They wanted to kill him quickly. Blood Pulse Life Burn. With his life hanging by a thread, the heaven-shaking demonic god burned his life force and bloodline energy at all costs, forcefully suppressing his injuries. Then he held his heaven-shaking halberd and started an intense battle with Yi Chen-feng and the other two. Although Shocking Demonic God was terrifyingly powerful and was known as the third most powerful expert of the demonic clan, the Phoenix God and Evil God were both at the late stage of the Nihility God realm and were not weaker than him. With the addition of Yi Chen-feng, who was wielding two Void God swords, the demonic god's attack was instantly suppressed and forced to retreat. While Yi Chen-feng and the other two worked together to kill the demonic god, the two Chaos Divine beasts communicated with each other using their divine thoughts. As they conversed, the hostility in the eyes of the high-level Chaos Divine beast became weaker and weaker. Junior, I can still see you before I die. The heavens have treated me well. Let me give you a great opportunity before I die, the divine beast of grand completion said with a determined look in its eyes. No, old ancestor, you won't die. I will definitely save you and let you be reborn. Han Dun shook his head vigorously and said, It's useless. The great success chaotic divine beast shook his head and said, My life has come to an end. Unless it is a god, no one can save me. All right, let's not talk anymore. I will merge all the blood in my body into your body to stimulate your potential and help you step into empty God realm. With that, the great success chaotic divine beast restrained Han Dun and performed the secret super skill of the chaotic tribe to merge all the blood in his body into Han Dun's body. No, old ancestor, I don't want your blood. Han Dun resisted. However, the great success chaotic divine beast was unmoved. He continued to merge the most powerful chaotic blood into Han Dun's body to stimulate his potential and increase his strength rapidly. As a large amount of blood was lost, the great success chaotic divine beast's huge body started to wither and his strength became weaker. As for Han Dun, who had merged a large amount of chaotic blood, he stepped into half-step to empty God realm and tried to break through to empty God realm. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Chen-feng noticed what the great success chaotic divine beast was doing. He was completely relieved. He activated the invincible sword body and merged it with the sword territory to attack the demonic god with all his might. As the divine sword engulfed the heavens and the myriad origin sword slashed down at the same time, the demonic god was sent flying by the two void god swords. Two deep sword wounds were left on his body, almost splitting his body apart. Yi Chen-feng sent the demonic god flying with one strike. The Demon Emperor Divine Bell and the 100 evil weapons landed at the same time, bombarding the demonic god's body. They continued to worsen his injuries and turned his powerful demonic god's body into a bloody mess. Just as the heavily injured demonic god was about to be killed by Yi Chen-feng and the other two, Yi Chen-feng suddenly felt the extraterritorial divine stone in his tomb tremble. An extremely powerful expert was attacking the extraterritorial divine stone with all his might. Supreme Emperor Heaven. Through the imprint on the extraterritorial divine stone, Yi Chen-feng could sense that the one attacking the extraterritorial divine stone was Supreme Emperor Heaven. Phoenix God, Evil God, Supreme Emperor Heaven is here. Let's kill the demonic god with all our might. Yi Chen-feng immediately transmitted the news of Supreme Emperor Heaven's appearance to Phoenix God and Evil God. He continuously increased his attack power and attacked the demonic god with all his might. At this time, Han Dun had merged with all the bloodline power of the Chaos Divine Beast and broke through to the low-level Void God realm. Under the transformation of the Chaos Divine Beast's bloodline, his physical body had undergone a qualitative leap. His physical strength had reached 6 trillion gene, far surpassing Yi Chen-feng's. Junior, I'll give you this key and this Chaos Divine Axe. I hope your fate won't be as tragic as mine. I also hope that one day your cultivation will reach the pinnacle of the universe and restore the glory of my Hundun clan." The Chaos Divine Beast, who had almost merged all of his bloodline with Hundun's body, said weakly, "Patriarch, don't worry. I swear I will restore the glory of my Hundun clan." Hundun turned into his human form and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the Chaos Divine Beast who was about to die. "All right, I believe you." The Chaos Divine Beast revealed a rare smile. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion outside the mausoleum. The extraterritorial divine stone couldn't withstand Supreme Emperor Heaven's attack and shattered. Hearing the explosion, the demonic god, whose life was hanging by a thread, saw the hope of survival. He continued to burn his life force at all costs, resisting Yi Qinfeng and the other two's attacks with all his might. "Jingtian, it's useless no matter who comes. You will die without a doubt." Phoenix God suddenly activated a powerful nirvana power and attacked the demonic god. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng and the evil god also used their fiercest killing moves to attack the demonic god. In an instant, the space in front of the demonic god started to churn violently. The terrifying power seemed to want to destroy the entire space and engulf him directly. Boom! 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 Facing Yi Qinfeng and the other two's strongest attacks, the demonic god's defense immediately shattered. The terrifying attack directly shattered half of his body, causing him to fall to the ground and spurt blood. Primal Chaos Divine would devour! Just as the demonic god was using the powerful life force to forcefully repair his broken body, Yi Qinfeng summoned his Primal Chaos Law Idol and controlled it to transform into a towering Primal Chaos Divine Wood. Tens of thousands of 5-colored roots extended and took root in the demonic god's body, frantically devouring him. No. Facing the devouring of the Primal Chaos Divine Wood, the demonic god screamed in fear. He circulated his powerful divine power and struggled with all his might. However, under the suppression of Phoenix God and Evil God, the demonic god's resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he was suppressed by the two and allowed to be devoured by the Primal Chaos Divine Wood. His body withered more and more. Chapter 2048. Supreme Emperor Clan Head, save me. The shocking demon god whose body was withering away saw Supreme Emperor Heaven appear at the critical moment and saw a ray of hope. His voice trembled as he pleaded for help. Die. Supreme Emperor Heaven's eyes flashed with killing intent as unparalleled divine power emanated from his body. It turned into a storm of destruction that swept towards Yi Qinfeng's group to crush them. As the storm of destruction swept over, Yi Qinfeng's group immediately used their strongest attacks to block it. The 4 ethereal god artifacts were activated by the blood they spat out. Boundless divine lights shone from them as the power of the 4 ethereal god artifacts bombarded the tornado of destruction. But Supreme Emperor Heaven's strength was too terrifying, far surpassing the 3 of them. The 3 of them attacked with all their might, but they couldn't break through the storm. Seeing the 3 of them being swept up in the storm of destruction, Yi Qinfeng had the Primal Chaos Divine would fly in front of him. Its Primal Chaos 5 elements, light, swayed as it blocked the storm. Primal Chaos, hurry and get over here. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Supreme Emperor Heaven's strength was too terrifying, far surpassing Yi Qinfeng's expectations. He quickly sent the trio into the cosmos realm and activated the teleportation talisman. BZZZ. The talisman emitted large amounts of teleportation energy that wrapped around Yi Qinfeng and sent him out of the Tomb of Chaos to Ba's tomb before Supreme Emperor Heaven could attack. Phew, that was close. Yi Qinfeng exhaled in relief after using the teleportation talisman to escape without a trace. If it wasn't for Tai's talisman, they wouldn't have been able to escape Supreme Emperor Heaven's clutches. Let's go. We have to leave the death graveyard as soon as possible. With the 3 ancient keys in hand, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time. He summoned Mu Linger and followed her out of the death graveyard. Door of Light. Outside the death graveyard, Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger were blocked by an enormous door of light that connected the heavens and the earth. Beneath the door were 16 keyholes. Linger, you were right. A single key can let one person into the inner tomb. Looking at the ancient keyholes, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Phoenix God and gave her a key. The 3 of them inserted the ancient keys into the door of light at the same time. Immediately, a large amount of flowing light emerged from the door of light, enveloping the 3 of them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 disappeared outside the door of light and entered the desolation tomb. This is a tomb? After entering the desolate inner tomb, Yi Qinfeng immediately saw a huge mausoleum that was even taller than a mountain. It stretched for an unknown number of miles. Outside the mausoleum stood numerous lifelike statues of divine beasts, guarding the huge mausoleum. Could this be Desolate's tomb? Looking at the huge mausoleum before him, Yi Qinfeng felt that the greatest opportunity in the desolate tomb, the treasures left behind by the desolate primordial, were in this huge mausoleum. That's right, this is the main tomb of the desolate primordial tomb. I can feel great-grandfather's aura. Mu Linger opened her eyes. So speaking, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 quickened their steps until they reached the huge mausoleum door. They wanted to work together to push it open and enter. Yi Qinfeng's arms erupted with nearly 5 trillion kilograms of force. When he pushed the door with all his might, the terrifying power of the rules of the world immediately surged out of the door, shattering the force that surged out of Yi Qinfeng's arms like breaking rotten wood. Yi Qinfeng was directly sent flying. Awoo! In the next instant, the statues of divine beasts guarding the main tomb seemed to come to life as they roared at Yi Qinfeng. The terrifying sound waves caused Yi Qinfeng's soul to tremble. If not for the God-Eater brain protecting Yi Qinfeng's soul, his soul might have been torn to shreds by the attacks of so many statues. Big Brother Yi, are you all right? Mu Linger's heart clenched at the sight of Yi Qinfeng's pale face bleeding from his 7 orifices. She immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, "I'm fine." Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and wiped away the blood on his face. "Linger, do you have a way to open the door?" "I'll try." Mu Linger lightly walked to the giant mausoleum door and reached out a small, jade-white hand to trace the ancient markings on the door's surface. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Mu Linger opened her eyes and said, "If I don't sense it, then this door contains the laws of the 3 universes. To open it, we'll either have to surpass the laws of the 3 universes in attack or comprehend them." Surpass the laws of the 3 universes in attack? Yi Qinfeng might have astonishing attack power, but he knew he couldn't break through the laws of the 3 universes. He could only try to comprehend them. Since that's the case, then the 3 of us will try to comprehend them. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, "I hope we can comprehend the laws of the 3 universes before Supreme Shintian and the rest arrive. Then we can open the door and enter the tomb." After saying that, Yi Qinfeng walked to the huge tomb door and released his powerful soul power into the tomb door. He started to comprehend the 3 universal laws contained within the tomb door. The God-Eater brain had evolved time and time again, so its comprehension and deduction abilities had reached a terrifying level. However, it still found it difficult to comprehend the laws of the other universes. Mu Linger might have extraordinary comprehension abilities, but it was equally difficult for her to comprehend the laws of the other universes. In order to speed up their comprehension, Yi Qinfeng's group shared their results with their companions without reservation. Very soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger both comprehended the laws of their own universes. However, They couldn't comprehend the laws of the third universe. Although the Phoenix God was powerful, she couldn't help Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger while comprehending the laws of the third universe. However, she wasn't idle either. Without reservation, she summoned a large number of ancient formation flags and set up a huge ancestral formation outside the main tomb. She wanted to use the ancestral formation's might to obstruct Supreme Xintian and Supreme Emperor Celestials, so that Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger could have more time to comprehend. Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger communicated as they comprehended. Very soon, another 2 days passed. Just as Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger were immersed in comprehending the laws of the third universe, a powerful teleportation force appeared outside the main tomb. Supreme Xintian, dressed in dark golden robes and possessing an unparalleled might, appeared outside the main tomb. Supreme Xintian floated in the air as countless streams of power poured down like a waterfall. Divine light pulsed from his body as his aura seemed capable of crushing mountains and intimidating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not good, Qinfeng. Supreme Xintian found the key and entered the main tomb. Compared to Supreme Emperor Celestial, Supreme Xintian was even more terrifying. Against him, Yi Qinfeng's group had no way to fight back. Big bro Yi, Phoenix God, give me a little more time. I feel like I'm about to comprehend the laws of the third universe. Mu Linger transmitted while bathed in the light of the laws. All right, we'll do our best to stall for time. Chapter 2049. You're surprising me more and more. I didn't expect you to come here before me and even find the 3 keys. Supreme Xintian looked coldly at Yi Qinfeng and Jian Wushuang as he walked into the ancestral array set up by the Phoenix God. Attack! The moment Supreme Xintian walked into the ancestral array, the Phoenix God activated the ancestral array and controlled a large amount of ancestral light to attack Supreme Xintian. He tried his best to trap him and delay him. Humph. You're too naive if you want to hurt me with this ancestral array. Supreme Xintian snorted. The great Tao energy in his body gushed out and turned into rolling waves, shattering the ancestral light. In the next moment, Supreme Xintian took a step forward and a divine light streaked across the ancestral array, tearing apart the ancestral array set up by the Phoenix God with 30,000 supreme-grade array flags. Equipment Manipulation Tao. Yi Qinfeng did not hesitate to use the Equipment Manipulation Tao when the ancestral array was torn apart. He activated the divine runes in the 2 Void God artifacts and slashed at Supreme Xintian. I didn't expect an ant like you to be able to activate the strongest attack of the 2 Void God artifacts. Supreme Xintian's eyes narrowed. An ancient divine tree appeared around him and blocked the strongest attack of the 2 Void God artifacts. Boom! The ancient divine tree trembled. A large amount of spatial energy shot out from the tree and attacked the 2 Void God artifacts. It shattered the strongest attack of the 2 Void God artifacts and broke Yi Qinfeng's ultimate move. Spatial Divine Tree. Yi Qinfeng could sense that the ancient divine tree summoned by Supreme Xintian contained complete spatial Tao intent. It was one of the 3 great divine trees in the universe, the Spatial Divine Tree. I didn't expect the Spatial Divine Tree to be in the hands of Supreme Xintian. Yi Qinfeng knew the power of the 3 great divine trees. If the 3 great divine trees were to grow to the maximum, their power would definitely surpass an ordinary Void God artifact. Destroy! After using the Spatial Divine Tree to block the strongest attack of the Divine Sword Devourer and Universal Origin Sword, Supreme Xintian controlled the Spatial Divine Tree to move. Suddenly, a large amount of spatial energy tore apart the tough space of the Chaos Tomb and swept towards Yi Qinfeng and Jian Wushuang. Phoenix Nirvana! In the face of the Spatial Divine Wood's attack, the Phoenix God activated its strongest Nirvana power and summoned the Demon Emperor's Divine Bell. At the same time, Yi Qinfeng activated the unrivaled Sword Physique and executed 3 supreme skills in a row. Boom, boom, boom! Several streams of destructive power collided with each other, and the resulting explosion directly shattered the space within a radius of several miles. Although the attacks unleashed by Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God were terrifying, they were unable to withstand the attack of the spatial divine wood and were instantly shattered. Seeing the power of nirvanic rebirth and the three supreme divine abilities being annihilated, Yi Qinfeng and Li Wuchen spared no effort in continuing their attacks. However, the difference in strength between them and the supreme divine heaven was too great. The killing moves they continuously used could only weaken the power of space, but they were unable to break through it. Seeing that the space power was about to shatter Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God, Yi Qinfeng suddenly stood in front of the Phoenix God. He crushed the amulet Tai Yi had given him and used the amulet to block the space power's fatal blow. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you, but no treasure can save you. Go to hell obediently. Seeing the broken amulet, Supreme Divine Heaven controlled the spatial divine wood to launch a second attack. This time, the power of the attack was even more terrifying. Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God had no way of resisting it. Just as Yi Qinfeng took out the God-slaying stone from the Fiend God's treasure vault that could severely injure mid-level void gods, Mulinger suddenly opened her eyes as she focused on deriving the three universal laws. The power of the three universal laws gushed out of her body. Next, she quickly formed complicated hand seals and mobilized the power of the three supreme laws to envelop Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God, resisting the spatial power that was tearing through space. Supreme Divine Heaven creased his brows slightly and looked towards Mulinger. He was surprised that she could withstand the spatial divine wood's attack. You guys are giving me more and more surprises. Supreme Divine Heaven's deep eyes shone with light as he controlled the spatial divine wood to continue attacking. He was determined to kill Yi Qinfeng's trio. 36 divine beast sculptures attack. The space divine wood grew larger and larger as it swayed with spatial energy. Mulinger controlled the 36 different statues of divine beasts outside the main tomb to attack together. 36 god-beast roars mixed together and turned into a sound wave. It crushed the space divine wood's attack like it was nothing. The remaining power bombarded the space divine wood. The terrifying sound shook the space divine wood violently and forced Supreme Shintian to take a step back. Although Tai Shintian had only taken a step back, his expression had become extremely ugly. As someone who stood at the peak of the void god realm, he had never been pushed back by anyone before. This made him a little angry. Die! Supreme Divine Heaven punched out. The terrifying fist shattered the incomparably tough space of the main tomb and attacked Yi Qinfeng's trio with unparalleled destructive power. He wanted to smash them into pieces. At this moment, the 36 divine beast sculptures let out another roar. Combined with their invincible roars, they shattered Supreme Divine Heaven's punch and forced him back again. 36 divine beast sculptures revive. Mulinger, who had completely mastered the three great cosmos laws, kept making complicated hand seals that condensed into mysterious light talismans that melded into the 36 divine beast sculptures. She activated them all and surrounded Supreme Divine Heaven. Supreme Divine Heaven's strength might be terrifying, but these 36 divine beasts came from different universes. They had all reached the pinnacle of strength when they were alive and were extremely terrifying. Their combined strength gave Supreme Divine Heaven quite a bit of trouble, causing him to be completely surrounded. He couldn't free himself to attack Yi Qinfeng's trio. While the 36 mystical beasts were attacking Supreme Celestial Sect, Mulinger quickly bit open her finger and pressed it against the giant tomb door. Using her own blood and her grasp of the three universal laws, she forced open the door to the main tomb. Die for this god! Feeling a strange power surging out of the main tomb's door, Supreme Shintian was furious. He held the space divine wood and attacked the 36 divine beasts that were besieging him with all his strength. With a full force attack, he directly killed 6 extremely terrifying divine beasts and turned them into a bloody mist. But in the next instant, the remaining divine beasts continued to attack him. Once again, he was surrounded and couldn't free himself. Just as Supreme Divine Heaven was becoming more and more enraged, he summoned a black doppelganger to kill the god beasts surrounding him. Suddenly, a large amount of spatial power came from the tomb door, revealing a bottomless black hole. Big Brother Yi, Phoenix God, let's go. When the black hole appeared, Yi Qinfeng's trio didn't hesitate. They rushed into the main tomb before Supreme Divine Heaven could attack, angering Supreme Divine Heaven to the point of madness. Chapter 2050. Hoo, we've finally entered the main tomb. After entering the Great Desolate's main tomb, Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He said with lingering fear, Ling, do you think the Supreme God Heaven will force their way in? They won't. Mu Linger shook her head. Supreme Celestial Heaven might be strong, but they shouldn't have the strength to break into the main tomb. Then that's good. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Let's go. Let's enter the main tomb and see what kind of fortune the Great Desolation and Great Desolation left behind. So speaking, Yi Qinfeng's trio headed deeper into the main tomb. What a stifling aura. Yi Qinfeng felt stifled as he sensed the power of the main tomb. It was like a mountain was crushing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. As they walked, the 3 of them passed through the pitch-black tunnel and saw an incomparably huge Yin Palace appear in front of them. When they walked into the Yin Palace, a blinding light pierced into their eyes, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. As they gradually adapted to the strong light in the Yin Hall, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 saw that there were 3 doors of light that were several zhang tall. They were formed by countless white lights. Beyond the doors of light was a boundless starry sky. Other than that, there was nothing else in the Yin Hall. Looking at the doors of light in front of them, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 knew that these 3 doors of light were connected to the inner space of the main tomb. However, they did not blindly enter the doors of light. Instead, they silently sensed for the doors of light that were most suitable for them. Let's choose the one on the left. I can sense the aura of our universes, laws from this door. I can help you guys in my universe. Mu Linger pointed at the door on the left. All right, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God nodded before following Mu Linger through the left door. They entered a mysterious, starry sky. The cosmic laws here were completely different from Yi Qinfeng's universe. Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God couldn't get used to it, so their strength was greatly affected as well. But as Mu Linger passed on the rules of this universe to Yi Qinfeng and Long Fei, they quickly adapted to the rules and recovered most of their strength. Then they followed Mu Linger into the skies. As they flew, an incomparably huge spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Then 3 men and 1 woman in battle armor walked out of the spatial rift. Chains of laws coiled around the 4 of them. Each chain weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms, suppressing a part of the world. 9 essences, supreme gods. They are the ultimate experts of our world. 9 essences, supreme gods. Sensing the aura of rules emanating from the 3 men and 1 woman, Mu Linger immediately guessed their identities and revealed a serious expression. 9 essences, supreme god. Ling, how strong is this 9 essences, supreme god? Yi Qinfeng didn't know much about Mu Linger's strength, much less the true battle prowess of a 9 essences supremacy. A 9 essences, supreme god is equivalent to the void gods of this universe. They stand at the peak of existence, but they have a deeper understanding of the rules, and their battle prowess is even more frightening. Mu Linger explained in detail. But 9 essences, supreme gods, have weaknesses as well. Their hearts are their weaknesses. As long as we can destroy their hearts, which are filled with 9 essences energy, we can heavily injure or kill them. Hearts. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Ling, you back up a bit. The Phoenix God and I will deal with these 4 nine essences, supreme gods. So speaking, Yi Qin Feng combined his 3 trump cards and raised his own battle prowess to the limit. He summoned his 2 void god weapons and faced the 4 nine essences, supreme gods with the Phoenix God. As Yi Qin Feng and Long Fei drew near, the 4 nine essences, supreme gods, erupted with powerful core energy to form 4 divine weapons. The weapons met Yi Qin Feng and Long Fei and began to fight fiercely under the stars. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yi Qin Feng deeply experienced the terror of a 9 essences supreme god. His powerful origin energy far exceeded the divine power in his body. The impact caused his arms to tremble, and he was forced to retreat. The Phoenix God was similarly suppressed by the 2 nine essences sovereigns. The demon emperor's divine bell, which had transformed into the size of a mountain, was sent flying by the combined power of the 2 nine essences sovereigns. So strong! How can 9 essences, supreme gods, be so strong? Yi Qin Feng felt immense pressure against 2 nine essences, supreme gods. His attacks were broken one after another, and even his sword domain couldn't suppress the 2. Time deceleration laws. With his attacks broken, Yi Qin Feng immediately used time deceleration laws to stab at the 2 nine essences, supreme gods, with a seemingly slow motion. Swish! Although the 2 nine essences, supreme gods, had terrifying battle prowess, they couldn't grasp the changes in time and were stabbed in the heart by the Myriad Origin sword. Immediately afterward, Myriad Origin Qi gushed out in an attempt to pierce the 9 essences, supreme god's body and his heart. However, not only were the 2 nine essences, supreme gods, powerful in battle, but their defenses were even more terrifying. The Myriad Origin sword's full-force attack was unable to pierce through their armor and into their bodies. Rumble! Yi Qin Feng gritted his teeth and continued to attack, but the 9 essences supreme god's body erupted with terrifying 5 elemental core energy. It transformed into a giant 5 elemental hand that shook space and crushed toward Yi Qin Feng. Uft! Yi Qin Feng was able to block the 5 elemental hand with his 2 void god swords, but he was still wounded by the palm, and large amounts of blood spurted from his mouth. Before Yi Qin Feng had a chance to catch his breath, the other 9 essences, supreme god, unleashed the power of the Dome of Heaven. It was like a heavenly punishment capable of destroying all things as it slammed into Yi Qin Feng, sending him flying again and shattering his top-grade ancestral armor, the Devil Dragon Battle Armor. Yi Qin Feng was injured by the combined attacks of the 2 nine essences, supreme gods. Although the Phoenix God wasn't at a disadvantage due to her absolute strength, it was difficult for her attacks to break through their defenses. Big Bro Yi, I'll help you. Mu Linger saw that Yi Qin Feng was in danger and flew over on her rule light. In the next instant, Mu Linger's body became one with the universe's laws and forcefully controlled their power to bind the 2 nine essences, supreme gods. A good chance. The moment the 2 nine essences, supreme gods, were bound by the universal laws, Yi Qin Feng immediately used up all the divine power in his body and unleashed the path of equipment manipulation. He threw out the 2 void god swords, which were at their strongest, to attack one of the 9 essences, supreme gods, whose mobility was restricted. Rip! Under the strongest attack of the 2 void god swords, the 9 essences, supreme god's heart was pierced. A large amount of origin energy exploded in his body, quickly disintegrating his body. Chaos divine would devour! As the 9 essences, supreme god's body disintegrated, Yi Qin Feng summoned his Chaos Dharma idol and turned it into a towering Chaos Divine Wood. It took root in the 9 essences, supreme god's body, and furiously devoured its origin energy. What terrifying energy! Yi Qin Feng was connected to the Chaos Divine Wood, so he could sense the Chaos Divine Wood devouring the 9 essences, supreme god, and the rapid transformation of its chaotic energy. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had a feeling that if the Chaos Divine would devour enough nine essences, supreme gods, its Dharma idol might be able to break through to the late void spirit realm. Die. The other nine essences, supreme god, tore through the shackles of rule light as he watched his companion being devoured by the Chaos Divine Wood. He wielded his origin weapon and tried to destroy the Chaos Divine Wood. However, the Chaos Divine Wood was simply too powerful. His attack couldn't harm it in the slightest. Chapter 2051. Chaos Dharma Idol, Return. With Mu Linger's help, they managed to kill one of the nine essences supremes. Yi Qinfeng's pressure was greatly reduced, and he quickly summoned back his Chaos Dharma idol to engage in a fierce battle with the other nine essences, supremacy. Rule bindings. While Yi Qinfeng and the nine essences devolved into a fierce battle, Mu Linger continued to channel the power of rules into chains that wrapped around the nine essences cultivator. One sword without gods. As soon as the nine essences supremacy was bound, the Void God Sword Spirit melded with the Myriad Origin Sword to amplify its attack power and stab the nine essences supremacy in the heart. Over 2.5 trillion caddies of strength, the four ancestral Tao diagrams, and the power of the domain erupted at the same time to shatter the nine essences supremacy's armor and attack his heart. Ah, die for this venerable one. His armor continued to shatter as his heart was attacked by the myriad origin chi. The nine essences supreme god went berserk as boundless origin energy gushed out of his body, tearing apart the chains of laws as if they were nothing more than rotten wood. Yi Qinfeng, who had been attacking him at close range, was sent flying. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Forcefully stabilizing himself, Yi Qinfeng activated the invincible sword body and transformed it into tens of thousands of invincible divine swords. He continued to attack the nine essences supreme god's heart, wanting to break through his body and shatter his heart. Firmament origin energy, firmament transformation. With his fatal weakness under constant attack, the nine essences supremacy activated his strongest firmament origin energy to form a firmament that swept towards Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 swords returned to origin. 10,000 deities tribulation. Boundless chaos. Yi Qinfeng immediately raised his battle prowess to the maximum in the face of the sky formed by a nine essences divine sovereign. He continuously used 3 supreme divine abilities to meet the attack, continuously tearing apart the sky that was sweeping towards him. However, the battle prowess of a nine essences supreme god far surpassed Yi Qinfeng's, and the power of the origin source was beyond imagination. Even when Yi Qinfeng used 3 supreme divine abilities at the same time, he still couldn't tear the sky apart. Seeing Yi Qinfeng being swept up by the firmament, Mu Linger made her move again. She controlled the universe's rules to form countless interlocking roots that wrapped around Yi Qinfeng's body to block the firmament's attack. Void God Sword Soul / Inside the dense roots, the God-Eater brain quickly deduced and locked onto the nine essences supreme god's true body. Then Yi Qinfeng controlled the Void God Sword Soul to fly out of the roots and slash at the nine essences supreme god's true body. Void God, sword's attack, but it couldn't injure the nine essences, supremacy. Still, the attack allowed Mu Linger to pinpoint the nine essences, supremacy's exact location. Immediately, she controlled the laws of the universe to bind him. The instant the nine essences supreme god was bound, Yi Qinfeng hurled the divine sword, Sky Devourer, at the nine essences supreme god's heart. Then Yi Qinfeng once again demonstrated the Tao of slaughter, fusing the invincible sword body, the Void God Sword Spirit, and the universal origin sword. He pierced through the divine sword's devouring heaven sword, increasing its power. Chi. Under the overlapping attacks of the 2 Void God swords, the nine essences supreme god's body was pierced through. The unstoppable tip of the devouring sky sword pierced through the heart, filled with origin energy, continuously destroying it. "Ah, I want your life." The 9 essences, Supreme God, went crazy from the pain of having his heart pierced through by the divine sword of Devourer. At this time, the divine sword of Devourer erupted with boundless sword intent, directly crushing his heart and igniting the origin energy within it, shattering his body. With his heart shattered, the 9 essences, Supreme God's battle prowess plummeted. He was no longer a threat to Yi Qinfeng. Chaos divine would devour. Yi Qinfeng quickly turned his chaos dharma idol into the chaos godwood, which took root in the 9 essences God sovereign's shattered body and began to devour his essence power. Ling quickly helped the phoenix god. While the chaos wood was devouring the 9 essences supremacy, Yi Qinfeng had Mu Linger help the phoenix god emperor fend off the enemy. Currently, the battle between the Phoenix God Emperor and the 2 9 essences supremacies had reached its climax. Scorching Phoenix, celestial flames scorched heaven and earth, while the Demon Emperor's divine bell glowed with divine light under the Phoenix God's control. The 2 9 essences, supremacies, weren't to be outdone, either. They kept using their core abilities to shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths as they fought fiercely against the Phoenix God. Despite that, the Phoenix God was still unable to shatter their hearts. Chains of laws bind. Mu Linger approached like a celestial maiden and immediately controlled the universe's core to bind one of the fiercely fighting 9 essences supremacies. The Phoenix God understood and activated the power of nirvanic rebirth. Like an unstoppable divine sword, it cut through all obstacles and attacked the chest of the bound 9 essences, Supreme God. Crack! The 9 essences supremacy's armor shattered as the Phoenix Nirvana energy stabbed into his body. Ancient bronze sword. As the Phoenix God's Nirvana energy pierced through the 9 essences supremacy's body, it summoned the ancient bronze sword it had obtained from killing Ba and hurled it forward. It pierced through the supremacy's heart with unstoppable force. Crack, crack, crack. The 9 essences, supremacy's body began to crumble as the sword pierced his heart. Meanwhile, the primal chaos divine would that had devoured the second 9 essences, supremacy, appeared and took root in his body. It furiously devoured his core energy and cut off his life force. Arg, hand over your lives. The deaths of her 3 companions infuriated the sole female 9 essences, supremacy. She let out a furious howl and activated the universe's core energy to attack the Phoenix God. While the Phoenix God was enduring the attacks, Yi Qinfeng rushed over with his 2 void spirit swords to help her fend off the 9 essences, supremacy's ferocious attacks. Yi Qinfeng, the Phoenix God, and Mu Linger worked together to suppress the 9 essences supremacy's ferocious attacks and continuously attack her heart. Thanks to Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God's relentless attacks, the 9 essences supremacy's battle armor shattered, and her heart was pierced through by the void spirit swords. In the end, the primal chaos divine would devour her. 4 primal chaos divine fruits. After devouring the core energy of the 4 9 essences supremacies, the primal chaos divine would have grown even stronger and purer. 4 primal chaos divine fruits had formed within it. Although there weren't many chaos divine fruits, every single one of them contained powerful origin energy. It wasn't something the early chaos divine fruits could compare to. Phoenix God, I'll give you a primal chaos divine fruit. Hurry and refine it to heal your wounds. Yi Qinfeng wasn't stingy. He plucked one of the fruits and gave it to the battered and exhausted Phoenix God. Big bro Yi, primal chaos divine fruits are useless to me, so you don't need to give them to me. Yi Qinfeng plucked a second primal chaos divine fruit and gave it to Mu Linger, who had been of great help to him, but she didn't accept it. All right, then Linger, help stand guard for us. Yi Qinfeng didn't insist. He ate the primal chaos divine fruit in his hand and sat cross-legged in space with the Phoenix God. He quickly refined the core energy within the fruit to heal his wounds and increase his own strength. While Yi Chen Feng and the Phoenix God were recuperating and cultivating under the starry sky, Supreme Emperor Heaven had entered the great, desolate tomb and summoned a creation divine weapon that was far stronger than a void god artifact to help Supreme Emperor Heaven attack the tomb's entrance. Their attacks had reached the limits of the void god realm, but they couldn't break through the tomb's entrance that sealed the three universal laws. This infuriated the two, who stood at the peak of the void god realm. Chapter 2052. Let's go and see what other dangers await us. After a day's worth of refinement, Yi Chen Feng and the Phoenix God had mostly healed their wounds. Their strength was also increasing under the nourishment of the chaos divine fruit. As they flew, the space in front of them suddenly shattered as a towering, scarlet ancient tree burst out of space. Its red canopy swayed in the wind as it blocked their path. Because of its appearance, the temperature of the stars in the sky continued to rise. Scarlet flame, divine wood. When Mu Linger saw the divine wood blocking their path, she recognized it as one of the 10 great ancient trees of their universe, the scarlet divine wood. It nurtured the highest level of scarlet divine fire. Chen Feng, I'll take this scarlet flame divine wood. Phoenixes were born from fire, so the scarlet flame divine wood was a great tonic for the Phoenix God. After refining this scarlet flame divine wood, the Phoenix God's flames could rise in rank. All right. Yi Chen Feng nodded his head, replying with a pained expression. As he spoke, the scarlet flame divine wood began to sway, releasing endless flames that swept towards Yi Chen Feng's group. Linger, does this scarlet flame divine would have any weaknesses? As Yi Chen Feng and the Phoenix God fought against the scarlet flame divine wood, they transmitted to Mu Linger in the distance. The core, the scarlet flame divine wood's weakness lies in its core. Mu Linger transmitted back, then told Yi Chen Feng and the Phoenix God the location of its core. All right. Yi Chen Feng and the Phoenix God used all their strength to attack the heart of the scarlet fire divine tree. They continuously tore apart the scarlet fire divine tree and attacked the tree. However, this divine fire scarlet tree was extremely terrifying. The divine fire scarlet tree it released was quite a threat to Yi Chen Feng. It continuously melted his defenses and burned his physical body. Chaos divine wood, restrain. Unable to defend against the scarlet divine fire's attack, Yi Chen Feng immediately summoned his Chaos Dharma idol. He controlled his Chaos Dharma idol to transform into the Chaos Divine Wood and attacked the Scarlet Divine Wood. Although the Scarlet Flame Divine Wood was powerful, there was still a big gap between it and the Chaos Divine Wood. Add to that the fearless Phoenix God's ferocious attacks and Mu Linger's control of the universe's laws, and the Divine Scarlet Wood was quickly restrained by the Chaos Divine Wood. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yi Chen Feng's eyes narrowed as he locked onto the core of the flaming divine tree. He instantly activated the invincible sword physique and merged it with the void god sword soul. Tens of thousands of invincible divine swords attacked the core of the flaming divine tree. The divine sword engulfed the heavens, and the myriad origin sword also followed the full force attack of the 10,000 invincible divine swords, piercing through the scarlet flame divine tree's crimson trunk and attacking its heart. Screech, screech, screech. Seeing the scarlet flame divine tree's trunk being pierced through by Yi Chen Feng, the Phoenix God raised its head and gave a long howl before transforming into its true form. It turned into a streak of red light that tore through the trunk of the scarlet flame divine tree and entered its body, swallowing the core in one gulp. The scarlet flame divine tree was completely enraged by the Phoenix God's devouring of its core. It kept channeling the power of the divine wood to attack the Phoenix God, hoping to crush it. Chaos divine wood, restrain it with all your might. Sensing that the Phoenix God was in danger, Yi Chen Feng controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to restrain the Scarlet Flame's Divine Wood with all its might. He continuously crushed its incomparably tough roots and dispersed its divine wood power, preventing it from attacking the phoenix god with all its might. Cosmic chains break. Bathed in the light of the laws, Mu Linger's hands moved swiftly as she manipulated the power of the universe's laws into snake-like chains. They broke through the scarlet flame divine tree like a hot knife through butter, further sealing it off and protecting the phoenix god. Under the dual protection of the chaos divine wood and Mu Linger, the pressure on the phoenix god was greatly reduced. It channeled the divine power in its body to furiously refine the core of the scarlet flame divine tree. As the core of the flaming red divine tree continued to be refined, the strength of the phoenix god increased rapidly, while the power of the flaming red divine tree continued to decrease. Huge cracks appeared on the tree trunk, and the lush tree crown continued to wither. Around a day later, the phoenix god finished refining the core of the scarlet flame divine tree and shattered it in one fell swoop. Congratulations, phoenix god! Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile when he saw that the phoenix god had refined the flaming divine wood core, increasing his strength and the might of the phoenix divine fire. The stronger the phoenix god was, the greater their chances of obtaining the ultimate treasure. Many thanks, Chengfeng Ling. Sensing the changes in its body, the phoenix god revealed a graceful smile as it thanked them from the bottom of its heart. Regardless of whether or not she could obtain the fortune of the primitive wild's tomb, she was satisfied. The phoenix god had never expected to reach the late void spirit realm so quickly, so she was filled with gratitude towards Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger. She rejoiced at the chance to work with them. Let's go. Let's keep going deeper into the cosmos and see what other fortunes await us. So speaking, Yi Qinfeng's group continued to recover as they flew deeper into the cosmos. Day after day passed. Once they reached the depths of the cosmos, Yi Qinfeng's group was attacked by 6 more Nine Essences Supremes. But as the Phoenix God's strength increased and the trio's teamwork improved, the 9 Essences Supremes were no longer a threat to them. The 3 of them worked together to injure the 9 Essences Supremes, so the Chaos Divine could devour them and form Chaos Divine fruits. Slowly, the 3 of them reached the depths of outer space. They discovered a star nest that seemed to be condensed from billions of stars. In the center of the star nest stood a man in black armor. He wielded a black dragon spear and wore black dragon boots. His presence seemed to have fused with outer space. What a terrifying aura! Yi Qinfeng suddenly felt like he was facing Supreme Emperor Heaven as he stared at the man in black armor. His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. Ling, can you sense this person's true strength? Yi Qinfeng asked in a low voice. The trio didn't approach the black-armored man blindly. This person should be a 4th level 9 Essences Supremacy, equivalent to a peak late void spirit realm expert of your world. Mu Linger closed her eyes and used the laws of the cosmos to peek into the man's true strength. Peak late void spirit realm expert. Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God furrowed their brows. The Phoenix God had refined the Scarlet Flame Divine wood core, but was still some distance away from the peak of late void spirit realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qinfeng had used all his trump cards and only reached the peak of mid-void spirit realm. Even with Mu Linger's help, they were still no match for the black-armored man. Ling, do you think the 3 of us have a chance of defeating him if we work together? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and transmitted. It'll be difficult. Mu Linger shook her head. A 4th level 9 Essences Supremacy is already a peak existence in our world. Moreover, I can sense that he's fused with the cosmos and can borrow its power endlessly. Even if the 3 of us work together, we have no chance of defeating him. Since that's the case, then let's cultivate here for a while. We'll make our move once we've improved our strength. That way, we'll have a better chance of defeating him. Yi Qinfeng decided after some thought. All right. Chapter 2053. Time passed day by day. The Phoenix God ate 2 chaos divine fruits in a row to break through to the late void spirit realm. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng had refined a chaos divine fruit that contained the origin energy. However, he was still unable to break through the bottleneck of his realm and take the final step to enter the virtual god realm. Looks like I cultivated too quickly in the beginning and left behind many hidden injuries. It's impossible to break through any time soon. Since even the chaos divine fruit couldn't help Yi Qinfeng break through, he could only think of other ways to increase his strength. Linger, come with me. We'll hunt down 9 essences supremes. Since he couldn't break through his own cultivation, Yi Qinfeng could only think of ways to help the Chaos Dharma idol break through. If it could break through to late void spirit realm, it'd greatly increase his battle strength. Mu Linger, who had been silently comprehending the universe's laws, opened her eyes and followed Yi Qinfeng away from the meteorite to search for 9 essences supremes in space. There were many 9 essences, supremes hidden in the stars. Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger flew east for half a day before they were intercepted by 3 9 essences supremes. As Mu Linger's comprehension of the universe's laws deepened, her chains of laws grew stronger as well. Bound by the chains, the 9 essences supremes couldn't unleash their full strength and were forced into a passive position. Around 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng successfully killed the 3 9 essences supremes and had the Chaos Divine would devour them. If things keep going like this, the Chaos Divine should be able to break through after devouring another 10 9 essences supremes. Yi Qinfeng could sense that the Chaos Divine wood's chaos energy had grown stronger after devouring the 3 9 essences supremes. His Dharma idol was getting closer and closer to breaking through to late void spirit realm. He quickly recovered from his injuries and continued to search for 9 essences supremes with Mu Linger. Soon enough, a month passed by. During this month, Yi Qinfeng and Mu Linger worked together to kill another 13 9 essences hierarchs and condense 13 primal chaos divine fruits. Combined with the primal chaos divine fruits from the primal chaos divine wood, he now had 21 primal chaos divine fruits with origin energy. It was enough for him to help Fa Tian and the rest enter the void spirit realm. After devouring the 13 9 essences gods, the Chaos Godwood completed its final transformation, pushing the Chaos Dharma idol into the late void god realm. Its primitive Tao heart was even stronger than before. Now that the primal Chaos Dharma idol had broken through, Yi Qinfeng didn't waste any time. He flew back to the meteorite with Mu Linger, only to discover that the Phoenix God was still cultivating. After refining 2 chaos divine fruits, the Phoenix God's strength had clearly increased, and the Phoenix divine fire burning on her body was even more powerful, enough to melt a peak ancestral artifact. Yi Qinfeng cultivated as he waited. On the 5th day, the power of the Phoenix God's Phoenix God fire suddenly multiplied. It burned the meteorite beneath her, melting it and distorting the space around it. After refining the 2 chaos divine fruits and the scarlet flame divine wood core, the Phoenix God had finally reached the late void god realm. Let's go. We'll challenge that black armored man. If we can't beat him with our current strength, then we won't have a chance with the fortune in the main tomb. Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 adjusted themselves to their best condition and flew towards the star nest in the distance. You finally found the courage to challenge this honorable one. Looking at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2, the black-armored, black dragon spear 9 essences, supreme, God opened his eyes. He looked like an invincible god of war. His eyes flickered with dazzling light as he looked at Yi Qinfeng and the other 2. When he saw the fairy-like Mu Linger dressed in a white robe, his cold eyes flickered with surprise. Is your surname Chu or Mu? The black-armored man asked after staring at Mu Linger. Junior Mu Linger greets Senior. Mu Linger bowed, deeply towards the black-armored man. Mu Linger, so you're a descendant of God. The black-armored man's tone softened. If you defeat me, not only will each of you receive a treasure as a reward, you can also see the main coffins of Flood and Desolate. If you fail, I'll spare your lives and send you on your way out on account of my status as a descendant of God. Senior, I have a question for you. Yi Qinfeng never expected Mu Linger to have such a powerful background, so he relied on her status to ask the question. Speak. The black-armored man shifted his gaze to Yi Qinfeng as he asked in a low voice. With senior strength, why are you trapped here? Just who left behind this tomb? Yi Qinfeng voiced his doubts. For her sake, I'll answer your question, the black-armored man said after some thought. Whether it's me or Flood and Desolate, we're all here of our own free will. The prehistoric tomb is an opportunity left behind by God. You could say it's God's game. God's game! Yi Qinfeng's heart surged with waves. He never expected the prehistoric tomb to be related to God. And this God was clearly not from his own universe, but from another. Thinking back to Mu Linger's words, Yi Qinfeng guessed that the prehistoric tomb might have come from Mu Linger's universe. Senior, between you and Flood and Desolate, who's stronger and who's weaker? Yi Qinfeng suppressed his shock and asked. Flood and Desolate were the strongest in their universe. They should have died after losing the battle for the position of God, but God didn't kill them. Instead, he had them guard the prehistoric tomb. Their strength far surpassed mine, the black-armored man said after some thought. In other words, the most precious opportunity in the prehistoric tomb has nothing to do with Flood and Desolate, but the treasure left behind by God. Yi Qinfeng's heart suddenly began to pound. If he could obtain the treasure left behind by God, then his chances of fighting for the position of God in this world would be higher than anyone else's. You have too many questions. You still need to answer many of them yourself. But before that, you need to defeat me first. If you can't even defeat me, how can you talk about challenging Flood and Desolate? The black-armored man didn't answer Yi Qinfeng's question. All right, then let's fight. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and burned his primordial blood. He merged with the heart of God and the chaos aspect of the late stage of the empty God realm, increasing his strength to the late stage of the empty God realm, which was equivalent to the Phoenix God realm. At the same time, the Phoenix God ignited its powerful Phoenix divine fire and transformed into its strongest battle form. It held the Demon Emperor's divine bell in one hand and the ancient bronze sword in the other, ready to attack the black-armored man at any moment. Your strength is passable, but you're still a little lacking if you want to defeat me, the black-armored man said coldly. He took a step forward, causing the entire star nest to spin. Millions of stars shone with a blinding white light that illuminated the entire sky. In the next moment, the black-armored man pierced his spear towards Yi Qinfeng and the other two. As the spear pierced out, it instantly merged with the power of millions of stars. The peerless spear light was like a silver dragon as it pierced through Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God. Facing this spear, Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God felt like they had nowhere to hide. They immediately controlled their respective Void God artifacts to defend themselves. However, the power of this spear was too great. It had completely exceeded Yi Qinfeng and the Phoenix God's expectations. Even the 4 Void God artifacts couldn't defend against it. Uft! Uft! Both of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. The black-armored man had only pierced his spear once, but that was enough to injure Yi Qinfeng severely, sending him flying more than 1,000 meters away.